Well, are you ready for a stream? Look, I'm gonna put as much effort into this as Sega did back in 2017, because tonight we're playing Sonic Forces. I hinted I might do this as a little fun one-off project, but I figure we play through all of Generations, both Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations. So I have the older format and the newer format for the boost gameplay style for Sonic under my belt. I think this is a good time for us to revisit this game because I haven't played Sonic Forces since I streamed it years ago. I'm not kidding. It's been literally that long. And yes, we did stream this game years ago when it first came out. So it was an experience, to say the least. It was an interesting game at the time we were playing it, but it definitely was kind of a shallow and very short adventure. It was only a little over 4 hours, and it really didn't have much going on, so I don't remember much of my first playthrough at all. But as I said, I have not really played much of this since. In fact, if I swap over to the full game scene here, you'll see this is the most time I put in this game. I play mainly the PC version, and it's only a measly 16-ish hours. Mind you, I think some of this was bloated up for me just playing around with mods more recently, so that's not that much time. And in hindsight, when you compare it to other boost formula games, like with the original Sonic Generations being upwards of 163 hours currently here on my profile, the game I put probably the most time into, and even the newer release Shadow Generations just in 1 month, almost 40 hours, I think that really goes to show how bare bones this specific game was, and it tried to do so much. It really did. But we haven't gone back and played since this original stream series, which was back when it came out, November 7th of 2017. So it has been 7 years since I last looked at this game. And since then, we learned a lot about this. Like, for example, I'm just gonna do this really quick. This is all the cut content from Sonic Forces. It's a long page. I'm not going to read it all for very obvious reasons. I'll probably talk about some of the stuff tonight based on some of the knowledge I've learned over the years. There's a lot of cut content from this specific title, and it's because they had no idea what they wanted to do with Sonic Forces. It was a game meant to please all the fans. New fans, old fans, returning fans, didn't matter. This game was supposed to please every Sonic fan, which you can never do that. Don't try as a company to market yourself towards everyone. You're never gonna win that battle. It's too much. This is a giant page of just cut content alone. It is ridiculous of what they have here. They got a lot of unused animations. They got a lot of unused dialogue for characters. There's some unused stage layouts. There's a lot when it comes to the original script that got changed. It is ridiculous. A lot of this information I have learned over the years from a lot of different sources, this one being one of them, just from the fans posting things on wikis. Also, the What Happened video about Sonic Forces from Matt Muscles. Good watch, by the way. I would recommend it. This gives a lot of information, too, and man, there is a lot of stuff that, honestly, if it was in the original product, would have made it a lot better. So I think it's time for us to finally try playing some of this game, because there's only so much I can do rambling on. So how about we get things started, huh? It'll make sure my system warms itself up, because right now we're going to be playing on the good old PlayStation 4. You may be wondering, why do you show his PC feed if it's only going to be playing on a console? Well, because we are going to be playing the PC version. Just not yet, because I want to start this stream with one of the most bare bones demos I've ever played in my life. I think this is a great way of really just showing what this game was made of when it was releasing. It was one of the worst ideas that Sega did. We're playing the Sonic Forces demo. We're not going to be here for longer than maybe 10-15 minutes tops. And I'm not just saying that because there's not much content here. I'm saying that because this demo has one of the weirdest problems I've ever seen in my life. We have also streamed this demo before, when the game was getting ready to come out. I played the Switch version of it, but now we're going to play the PS4 version specifically, because I can play it in English, that's really it. And also it's 1080-60. Switch version was Japanese only, 720p, 30 frames. So this will look better, we can read all the dialogue, understand what the characters are saying. But this was the problem with the demo back in the day. This demo only gets 60 seconds of screen time. That's all you get. And then you're done. It kicks you back to the title screen. It is an absolute joke of a demo. But we'll play through each one of these stages once because I think it's just worth showing how confusing of a marketing strategy this was for Sega. This was already a big red flag for Sonic Forces when it was getting ready to come out. Not letting you play much of the demo. It's never a good thing. Time demos have been a thing we've seen for years in gaming, but the timed part of the time demos normally mean you can only play it so many times, or at most, they give you a couple minutes of the game to play. Not 1 minute. Like, one is a literal joke, but these stages are so short you can actually beat them in 1 minute or less. So that also kind of showed us another thing when it came to Sonic Forces when this demo came out. The sheer quality and lack of actual substance to Sonic Forces. If you can beat a stage in the 1 minute time limit the demo has, that's already kind of a really bad thing to see for a full-fledged game. And this whole time I've just been rambling about how the demo functions, and we're already at the end of our first stage, but we can't make it to the end. The goal ring's literally in sight, but demo ends. There's no way to take this timer away, too, which is the most ridiculous part. And then they just show you a little trailer for the final product. This was it. This is all you got. This was Japan exclusive. You can only download this on Japanese Nintendo Switch and PlayStation stores. That's it. So just the eShop and the PSN has access to this. No Xbox demo, no PC demo to my knowledge, and it wasn't even in all regions. So what was the point in this demo? It was very confusing. And again, the time limit's kind of a joke. But that was only one of the 3 stages. We'll play through the other 2 real quick. You can get to the end of modern Sonic stage here. I think if you're fast enough, you might be able to cross the threshold for the goal. Nothing happens when you do. You still get the thank you for playing screen. It'll kick you back to the title after you watch the scene. That's it. There's no point to beat the stage. No point to get the collectibles. Your save does not transfer. It is just, you play it, and that's it. Again, this is a very bold decision for Sega to have a time limit this strict for the demo. They should have just had it set, which they've done for other Sonic games before with demos, where you just have access to this one stage. There's nothing else here in the code. This is all we got, so this was fine to release without a timer. Why? 7 years later, and I'm still asking the same question. So let's move on to the next part here. Classic Sonic. He doesn't have a stage to play through. It's just a boss fight, which is not that bad. This one you can beat pretty easily under the 1 minute time limit. Of all the 3 characters for the time limit, Classic Sonic's the one you can probably push to get a good run and beat under the 1 minute timer. But it's also a weird section to see in the demo, because we'll see this later on when we're playing the main game, but this is almost halfway through the plot. Like, this part of the demo is pretty late in the main story.
Still, this ex-raccoon has only lost 10% of his combat strength.
You're lying.
You won't have to wait long to find out.
Now, I almost got him. Actually, I think I had a better cycle there, where the bomb drops, I would have been able to beat him. See how close I was just for beating this in 1 minute? It's a joke. It is honestly a joke. I'm not watching these little trailer scenes again. There's no point. We can skip it. Final one, Avatar stage. This one, actually, I think was the best part of the demo. Of the 3 stages, you get to pick one of 3 Wispins, and they already give you an avatar pre-made, which from the looks of things, it's the wolf avatar. We'll talk about the special attributes of these guys later when we make our own. But you have 3 Wisps, the Burst, Lightning, and Cube. I'm gonna stick with Burst on this one. It doesn't really matter which one you pick in all hindsight here. But of the 3 weapons, the burst is the best weapon to use. We're not going to be beating this one as well because, again, 1 minute timer. It's a little strict.
SBO here. My team's engaging the enemy in the orbital tunnel.
That just looks almost like the bird.
For now.
It's not the bird, right? Yeah, no, I'm not jumping when I hit the jump button again, so I don't have a double jump. And I'm attracting rings like crazy. So this is Wolf. They all have special attributes, but the jump ahead for this one. The Wolf has probably the best attribute in the whole game. You can suck in rings or any other collectibles nearby. Very, very much like, say, an electric shield from the classic Sonic series. So this makes the Wolf probably the best one to use. Every other ability is fine, but the Wolf's definitely feels like the best one. Yeah, we've barely been able to do anything in the stage. I don't really feel like I've gotten much time to really explore it, nor have I had much time to figure out how the avatar works, because the avatar is actually a pretty complicated character. Like, I get wisp powers, so the wisp spins actually make a pretty big difference to pick. But without being able to fully explore, I'm getting cut off. Oh, that's it. I have no idea what I just did. It is a little too limiting, honestly, as I've been mentioning. But, as I said, it's possible to beat modern Sonic stage if you're fast enough. It's possible to beat classic Sonic stage if you're fast enough. It is not possible to beat Avatar's stage. It's too long. Kind of. There's a caveat to this, and we're not going to play it again, per se, but we will make our way through the stage again. So, we might as well run through the stage one more time, but this time around, beat the stage proper, because there is a glitch that we'll be using for this specific run through, and it's going to make things so much easier. At least in terms of being able to freely explore. So, remember that timer I talked about? This game has a 1 minute timer baked into the demo where you cannot play any further after that 1 minute. The game will always kick you back to the stage select section. Well, with the avatar, there is a way to trick the game in saying, hey, how about I play this for as long as I feel like, instead of only 1 minute? So, in order to do this, you need to be able to make your way to this automated section that we ended the demo previously in. This has a QuickTime event. During the QuickTime event, we're able to pull off a glitch that will freeze the timer. So, after this part with the train, we come up to another thing we have to homing attack. If you pause the game and homing attack it the same frame you unpause the game, as you can hear, we got the sound effect while we're still paused for doing the homing attack correctly from that said QuickTime event. If you do that sequence of events, the timer freezes. So we don't have to worry about the 1 minute timer anymore. We can play for as long as we want in the said stage and actually freely explore the rest of this avatar stage. And this is why I'm not sure why Sega decided to put a 1 minute timer on this game, or specifically the demo. This is fine. It's perfectly playable. The rest of the stage was created, so why arbitrarily put a time limit here to kick the player out of the stage? It makes no sense. Instead, just let the player play through all the stage, all the other stages at that too, and you can experience the full game. Heck, if you wanted to, you can get all the red rings. So it doesn't make sense for the timer, because when you pause the timer, you can still see how limiting the demo is. You beat the stage, and the game will still think that 1 minute timer expired, and will give you a thank you for playing message. It just made no sense. This is why I wanted to start with the demo, because I think that it's the most what the why kind of demo I have ever played in my life. It was definitely worth at least a few minutes of our time. But let's get the main attraction of tonight started. Let's play the retail Sonic Forces. And as we are loading this up, I want to preface that normally I play all these different Sonic games with a bunch of mods. We are not playing Forces tonight with any mods whatsoever. There's not really any mods that I can think of right away for Sonic Forces that you should probably play right out of the gate because a lot of them do alter the game pretty significantly. So if you want to play the vanilla experience, it's kind of hard to do that with mods. But there are plenty of good ones out there. I mean, the classic Sonic Overhaul one's pretty good. Sonic Forces Reimagined. Sonic Forces Overclocked, which is basically a brand new game. So, there are plenty of good ones to choose from. But for us tonight, we're going to play the vanilla experience. And we're starting fresh. Brand new save file. I specifically did make a mod for this because I needed to make a brand new save, but I didn't want to delete my old one. So I made my own save file, which is essentially a mod, because this game kind of hard bakes itself in with saves. It's kind of a whole mess. So without going into too much of that, I think it's time for us to start the game. And the big thing right away is a difficulty selection, which, just pick hard. There's no point to picking normal. The normal difficulty in this game, as the wording applies, it says for beginners who haven't played a Sonic game before. I don't really know what they're trying to imply with this because the difficulty means nothing. You only can collect 100 rings in total, but you have rings starting from a death. You always have rings the moment you start a stage and after you die. So it's not as bad to lose rings in this, but also it's pointless. There are no lives in Sonic Forces, so playing the hard mode really doesn't feel that much harder. So we're going to be playing on hard. I've played Sonic before. I'll be fine. Hey Matt, how you doing? The timer thing I do believe for the demo was trying to mask the length of stages, but it still doesn't work when you can beat the stages under a minute. So it's a plan that did backfire.
Every defeat, every humiliation at the Hedgehog's hands will be returned 1,000-fold by my unstoppable creation. This is my dream come true. With this invention, I can expand the Eggman Empire across the globe and conquer the world!
The boss means business this time.
Alright, well I already know what to do in this stage, because I just played it.
Forces are surging into the city.
So we're gonna pretty much do a lot of the same stuff.
Hold on, Tails. I'm on my way.
What's nice though is I can turn off the hint system now. I'm leaving the radio on, because the radio is how you get all those little interactions between characters in the stage. But the hint system, you don't really need to worry about that. Honestly, the hints are more disruptive, in my opinion, in this game, so I'd rather turn them off. Now, for those wondering, this is just going to be a pretty casual run-through of Sonic Forces, so we're not going to be going for all the red rings. We're not going to be going for all the 5 number panels to get. We're not going to be getting the 5 silver rings. All that's kind of pointless. If you get all the red rings, you do unlock some bonus stages, but I have a file ready so we can play those bonus stages at the end. I'd rather do it like that, because honestly, getting the collectibles in this game is a real big chore. Like, in my opinion, I think this is the worst game in the whole franchise to probably 100%, just in terms of tedium. You have to play every stage at least 3 times, 1 per collectible type, which already is a problem. Number 2, you have to play this game so much for your avatar to unlock all of the avatar costumes, and it's a medal system as well, so you gotta play with multiple avatars, constantly rank them up. This game is extremely grindy, and it's not worth going for everything. It's not at all, in my opinion. Also, just fun fact, if you're playing the PS4 version, you have very annoying pop-ups every 2 seconds getting in the cutscenes. Gameplay recording has been paused, gameplay recording resumed. Every cutscene in this, which includes the white text on black dial or black backgrounds, excuse me, those sequences count as cutscenes. So you're going to be getting interrupted a lot if you're playing on the PS4 and you don't have those notifications off.
Huh? Shadow, it's you? Zavok? Metal? Chaos?
I will say, for storytelling, this is probably one of the best cutscenes in the game. And it already has some problems in my opinion, so that should tell you where we're going from here on plot.
It's something else. Gotta scan him and figure this out.
I just really enjoy watching the baddie of this game, which is called Infinite. I like watching him just beat Sonic up like crazy. And apparently that was planned to be a really big deal in the plot. There was supposed to be a much bigger fight scene here. I don't know if the specific point or later, but there was supposed to be a much longer fight scene between Sonic and Infinite, and he would get a real big beatdown. Probably worse than this. Unfortunately, in this case, Sonic just kind of goes down after a couple hits. And we're introduced to one of our many white text on black background moments. Sonic's defeated, Eggman army takes over, they capture Sonic, which goes nowhere. And we really don't. We'll talk more about that in like 30 minutes. I'm not joking. But now with Sonic out of commission, we need reinforcements.
Eggman's army is unstoppable. Without Sonic, the people are losing hope and giving into despair.
Despair is a luxury we don't have.
Also, Silver's just here. We don't explain that. I think originally there were going to be more story elements to explain why certain characters are doing what they're doing. Silver's just here. And remember, he's from the future. So we don't know why he's here in the past.
Silver's right. We've been hoping for a miracle these past 6 months, but I'm afraid we have to make our own miracle.
Eggman's army has everyone terrified. If we want the people to rally, we have to show them that strength doesn't just come from numbers.
Not everyone is terrified. Isn't a new recruit joining us today?
Yes, a survivor from the city, right?
I'm accessing the file now.
So this is by far the best part about Sonic Forces. Now we get to make a custom avatar character. And honestly, I was looking back at my footage from the original playthrough just to see what I made, because I struggled this for a little bit, and I just ended up going with the Burr due to his double jump. But we're going to do things differently this time around. So let's go through all of the attributes for every single one of these characters. So we'll start with the first one here, Dog. The Dog's ability, you restart with some rings after a knockout. Not really the most useful if you're playing in normal mode, as I mentioned with the ring system there. But other than that, it could be good for a first-time player to play with the Dog, so if you die, you don't have to worry about coming back with no rings and dying again over and over. But with the game having no lives, there's no consequences for dying. And there's rings everywhere, so this ability, in my opinion, not really that helpful. We talked about Wolf already in the demo, but I'll come back to him in a minute. Rabbit. You extend your invincibility duration when you're hit, so it takes a little bit longer after you get hit for you to get hit again. Alright. Not really that helpful. It's like maybe 2 seconds at most. So maybe again, if you're good, like if you're a beginner player, this could be good for you, but I don't recommend this one. Rabbit's ability is kind of worthless. Bear blows away enemies when performing a wire attack. So when you do the homing attack with the avatar character, they, instead of just hitting the enemy and then the enemy just like going away, they'll hit the enemy and the enemy will go backwards. So you can knock a robot into another robot. Bear's ability is actually pretty useful, but also a little more situational. The Cat. Hold on to some rings after you take damage. You don't lose all your rings. Could be helpful. There's rings everywhere. We mentioned how this works already before. One of the better abilities, but still not the best. The Bird. You can do a double jump. Honestly, one of the best abilities in the game, but there are no stages when you're playing with the Avatar and Sonic. Sonic has a double jump natively, which overrides the Bird's double jump. So every character can do it, technically. Not just the Bird. So it's a little more situational. I will say it's one of the better abilities still, though. Hedgehog. Dropping rings will remain longer after you take damage. So, the Hedgehog originally was supposed to be the only character that when you did take damage, they would drop rings. The other avatar types here, none of these were supposed to be able to have rings drop. They would just instantly go away. So, the Hedgehog's ability would have been great on paper, but there was a day one patch that changed it to how it is now. Rings will stay in the field a little bit longer, again, maybe 2 to 3 seconds at most. It's not a good ability. It's just kind of there. So, The one I'm picking is Wolf. Draws items towards you. We saw how this worked in the demo. Anything near the wolf will just magnetize to the character. This is by far the best ability, hands down. Next to a double jump, but again, double jump depends on your stage. And honestly, the wolf will help you for one of the achievements in the game too if you're going for the one for all of the rings. There's a grindy achievement that has you just get a crap ton of rings. This is the character to do it with. So we can customize this guy to our liking, male, female. It can be all different races. You can have whatever color scheme you want. I'm just going to leave a lot of it default, at least in the color side. Some of this won't matter as much when we start getting outfits, because some of it could even cover up the character's face. I don't like this one where he stares at your soul. The last two eye types kind of bother me. Mind you, we can change some of this later, so it's not that big of a deal. We'll go type 4. For the eye color, I'm going to try to make it more like the color of my actual eyes, like a nice greenish tone. We change the fur color to whatever, which I don't like some of them, because some of them are like, oh man, my wolf has RGB. It's a little aggressive. Now, I know by default, a lot of the marketing goes with the wolf, and it's like a reddish color, kind of like this. Yeah, it's the most like brown color of the reds, so I think that's the one I would go with too. It would help if I can hear the voices game. Like a voice type. What is type 1, 2, or 3? I literally cannot hear. Okay, here we go. It's X. They're just minor differences in the grind, so you can barely hear it. Your victory pose. This will stay the same no matter what the rank you have. It, again, change it later if you don't like it. I might just go with the backflip. It's one of the more calm ones. Alright, that's good for me.
Knuckles, what's the sit rep, Commander?
Happy to see you're all still alive. Eggman's forces have chewed through our defenses at Green Hill.
This is another thing they don't explain. Knuckles is the commander of the army. When did he get that role, and why pick Knuckles? I don't know, but that was explained in an earlier draft of the script.
Except for this brave kid who survived the battle and made it here in one piece. Meet our newest recruit.
Doesn't look like much.
Neither do you, Charmy, but I still managed to find a use for your pointy butt. Here, kid, take this. We're depending on you.
Unlike Shadow the Hedgehog, we're not giving you a real gun. This is a whisper. Shadow's the only one that gets to have a Glock. And he doesn't even have one here. I guess he left it at home. Hey, don't count us out. We got 0.01 of the world. Team Sonic's still in this. So this was the aftermath of Sonic being taken. The entire area is taken over by Eggman. Also, we're going to have a lot of pop-ups here because we got the new stage to play, but also, we can now play as Shadow the Hedgehog because I have the episode Shadow DLC installed. And Super Sonic. Oh boy, this one was controversial. We're going back real quick for that reason. We're going to go play as the said Super Sonic character really quick. We could also play as Shadow in any of the stages that modern Sonic is playable in. So there's that as well, which we might do that. But for now, we'll stick to Sonic. I want to play a little bit real fast as modern Super Sonic. Because, oh man, talk about a way of messing things up. So, originally, Sega was gonna charge you for this. Super Sonic was in the code since day one, but there was no way of being able to play as Super Sonic. He was gonna be a $2 piece of downloadable content. Now, Sega came to their senses and realized, wait, this is stupid. No one's gonna buy Super Sonic for $2 because everyone outraged. There was so many complaints about Super Sonic being a paid piece of DLC that Sega instantly rolled back that decision and made the transformation a free piece of DLC. The fact this is still DLC, period, is confusing. they have all these collectibles in the game, but instead of having it be an unlock like every other Sonic game up to this point, Super Sonic was just gonna be behind a paywall. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. And it didn't. I got learned the fast way, never do this again. And it's like, it's not that different from any other Super Sonic we've seen in games like this before. It feels very similar to the Super Sonic in both Sonic Generations and in Sonic Colors. He has unlimited boost, invincible, he moves faster, can jump a little higher. That's about it. So why make it a paid thing? I don't know. It was a really stupid idea, and thankfully Sega learned a lesson. Probably gonna be the only time I play with Super Sonic because, honestly, I want to play the rest of the game without using the powerful transformation.
I've just received some incredible news. Sonic is alive.
No way.
That's excellent. What? Oh, thank goodness! I knew it! I knew it!
He's captured in the orbiting prison. My spy there says he's in a solitary confinement cell, and they've been torturing him for months.
This line, from what I understand, is a very wish-washy line about if this was something added for the English dub, or if this is something from the original script. I heard something about, like, in the original script, it was implied that Sonic was being tortured during the 6-month period, but then it was changed later because of how the game's plot was so dark. The team backpedaled a lot of these decisions, hence why the story's all over the place. But this torture line, I believe, was just not really supposed to be in the script for the final release. Sonic at one point was going to actually be killed, like flat out. All this has been cut.
Horrible. We have to rescue him.
But in this version, he is still
Plan's already
tortured
happening, Amy.
for 6 months.
I've got a squad on the way
torture
to
for
the
Sonic's just
spaceport
being
in the
locked
chemical
up.
plant to borrow a shuttle. Come on, guys. Who's up for an old school style jailbreak?
Well, let's do it. We have an option of a rental avatar, although I don't know how well this will work. This game has been out for 7 years. The leaderboards are all hacked up and down, so rental avatar system will allow you to play as whatever kind of avatar is available, but they're all messed up, that's for sure. I'm gonna at least do this stage without the rental. We'll probably use rentals later. But for right now, let's just do this one with our wolf character. Oh, let's see what you're now saying there, Matt. Really? Deep voice happened. Ah, TV moment, I see. Hopefully it doesn't happen too many times, because that's going to be a little confusing for you two watching on TV. And then it just glitches out. Although, Twitch apps on TVs are known for glitching out regardless. Man, if this was a demo, we'd almost be done by now. I barely just started. Thankfully, I can take my time.
Hey, that looks like a freight train.
It's carrying supplies. I don't think it's armed or anything.
So it doesn't matter to collect too many rings in this because no lives. But you can get as many rings as you want just for the point system. S-ranking stages in this are really not a problem. You can get S-rank in this game very easily. Especially if you do a perfect bonus like that for a quick time event. But you don't have to. Just hitting the button at all will just do the quick time. If you fail, I believe you go on a lower route or die. I can't remember exactly.
To get to Sonic in time.
All quiet at the launch pad for now. Grab a shuttle before they sound the alert.
So, this is the Wispin system. Depending on the weapon you have, you get a different Wisp power to use in a stage. Which is kind of the downside of having weapons be tied to the Wisp powers this time around. So this has been a thing since Sonic Colors. We've seen the Wisp before. If you played a Sonic game in the more modern era, you've probably played a game that has a Wisp power. But in this game, it's tied to your weapon. So, I can't use any of the other powers besides Burst right now because that's the weapon I hold. Which, some powers lead you to alternate routes. But to use those said alternate powers, you must unlock the Wispin weapon. And it takes a decent amount of time to unlock all of them here in this adventure, because it's based on your progression. So right now we only have Burst, which is considered one of the best weapons anyways. But there are other weapon types that are also really useful. Like, I really like Drill. That is considered the best Wispin type in this, especially for speedrun's sake. Oh, now I get to use my second costumes. And the Sonic t-shirt. Oh boy, everybody's favorite. And the Shadow costume. Still, you're a Shadow after all. Persona 5 as well. All this was free DLC. So now I go to fitting room and I can put any of the clothes we unlock on, or the stuff we pay for. Which, mind you, a lot of this stuff is... eh. Like, the hat's not bad. The one thing I'm not completely against. The monkey ball stuff to me is still the most disturbing, because it basically just gives you human hands and bare feet. And that's... no one wants to have bare feet on here. I don't need to have questions come up. There. You know what? We'll do it for one stage. One stage only. You get Sonic. This is when memes go too far. We actually have a Sonic shirt. And this is the only time Sega ever reference this meme in anything. I'll save this outfit, even though I'll probably never use it again. The only Wispin we have here is just Burst. There's no reason to use the Wispin menu. Alright, now let's go to the worst part about this game. Classic. And we can also use Super here, which we will do. But we'll play through the stage first as the normal version.
That should have done it. I couldn't figure it out for you, buddy. I'm sorry I wasn't smart enough. Huh? Whoa! Chaos! Sonic, help me!
Okay, convenient Sonic coming up. That's right, he's back from Sonic Generations.
You're alive! Wait, what? Oh, you're that Sonic from another dimension, aren't you?
Ah, told you. No, he's not from the past anymore. They retconned him to be from a different dimension right now. And that's because of Sonic Mania. The Phantom Ruby is a tie-in to Sonic Mania's plot. But with how bad this game did, they retconned the retcon. Because
Everything happens for a reason,
it seems
right?
like now the events of Sonic Mania happen inside of itself. I'm not 100% sure if this is still a thing anymore. It might be, because Sega likes to make everything in Sonic canon.
Any Sonic.
But, oh, this was one of the weirder rewrites for the whole franchise. Also, the worst controlled Sonic in the whole franchise, probably. One of them, at the very least. Classic Sonic might as well control like a tank that has butter all over its tires. This dude is super heavy, but his control is just abysmal in this game. Like, how do you screw this up, man? You had a good working classic Sonic in Sonic Generations, and Mania just came out only a few months before this. It's like, we had a big point of comparison here, and this one, yeah, this ain't it. This thing is just bad.
This is terrible. They've made a total mess of this place.
They put Sonic in the Sonic movie? I don't even remember that. Was that the first one, or was that the one coming out now? Because if that's the case, I'll cancel the ticket order. I feel like they expect players to have a hard time with the control of this classic Sonic if you're going to jump in a pit, and they put a random spring there, because who would find that normally? Without going down there by accident, that spring is just kind of there. Like, I don't even understand what his physics are in this game. Like, look at the momentum. It doesn't exist. The fact that I went straight and I hit a piece of platform and he just went straight down like a rock. That's weird. As soon as I let the controller go, he stops on a dime, which is insane. Like, this is not a controlled classic Sonic at all. This dude, oh man. One of the first set of mods people made for the PC version specifically was to fix classic Sonic. Because this guy's controls a far cry from what he had both years prior and even months prior with Sonic Mania. I don't hate on it as much as other people, but I feel that this dude is not... Like, this is the worst 2D controlled Sonic, probably, in the more modern era of games. It is very stiff. First movie. I don't even remember Sonic being the first movie, but it's been so long since I've seen it.
There is no reason to resist. Sick is no. I can taste your terror, child.
You know, I think it's actually fitting I have whatever this outfit is on, because it does make him look like a child.
Give in to your fear. Flee screaming, and I'll let you live.
Knuckles, can you hear me?
Rouge, it's about time. How's Sonic doing?
That's terrible. He feels like a tank. He's all slippery.
He's been better.
Oh, the other one.
They're getting ready to banish him into space.
What? You can't be serious!
Eggman's been keeping Sonic alive all this time. He's been waiting to show him his completed empire before banishing him.
Torturing Sonic just to pass the time. Oh, that's low, even for Eggman.
Eggman got wind of our rescue plan and is moving forward with his plan ahead of schedule. But we don't even know where he's
well, the clock is
being
ticking.
active.
I won't tell you though. I hit the button once. I don't know why I did double
Yes,
press.
we
Whatever.
do.
You missed literally
Eggman
nothing.
rebuilt the Death Egg. That's where he's keeping Sonic.
The Death Egg? Oh man, that's not good.
None of this is good, Vector. That's why it's called war.
And there's the line. This is the most quoted line from Forces because it's the most... What? Like, it comes out of nowhere. It's a very serious tone that made no sense for the rest of the franchise. That's why it's called War. It's like the delivery even's like super serious. It would have made more sense with the original script than this one. Also, now we unlock our mission system too, which this game was very much designed for you to play every day. Even though it's a single player game with no real online multiplayer, they made a mission board that is all online focused. And they're all busy work missions. Like, you clear certain stages, beat a stage with this specific power or this kind of moveset or doing this task. Like, that's what this is. It's just a list of things to do. And if you complete the mission, you unlock more clothing for your avatar. There are a set number of missions in the game. It's not randomized. But it is a lot of busy work. That's all this is. I'm not a fan of this structure. I think it was kind of stupid, honestly, in hindsight. But I want to do one thing really quick here with this specific stage, Ghost Town. But I do need a moment for that setup, though. So just look at the screen. Every time I click out of it, it's going to pause the music, unfortunately, which is a little annoying. I just need to copy the save over to a different folder really quick. Okay, that should be good. So we're going to quit. I need to activate another mod real fast. You'll know which one it is if you've played it before when you see the screen load. And this is because of some cut content. And hey, Kira, how you doing? Yeah, we were mentioning that earlier, Kira. The torture part was something that was added specifically for the English script. So that confused a bunch of the writers when asked in interviews nowadays. Because that was not in Japanese. It was supposed to be, I think, originally, based on the beta script that leaked. Before the game came out, even. Alright, so you might have gotten wind of what this was. But without telling you, I'm just gonna go right in. You may have noticed my classic Sonic might look a little different. Because he is. So we'll play this stage with the Super Sonic thing instead. So, this is the classic Sonic improvement mod. This is what classic Sonic should have felt like. This dude, oh, look at the momentum on him. He has actual speed now. Not to mention, he doesn't feel super stiff. The character feels really good to control. But here is the classic Super Sonic. My $2 well spent. AKA, I didn't spend money because I'm not a madman. Seriously, the most confusing thing they could have ever done.
They've made a total mess of this place. We have to stop Eggman and end this war.
Like, this speed is amazing. Now, mind you, classic Sonic moves faster in the base game as well when you use your super form. It just, not like this. I didn't even know that path was there. I did tweak the lighting a little bit for this mod too, and it actually does look a lot better in some areas. The music though for this is, I mean, I hope you like Genesis-style chiptune, because that is what Sonic Forces likes using. But this is why I wanted to use this classic Sonic Improvement mod, because this is part of some of the cut content regarding this game. So, that cutscene we saw before with classic Sonic showing up to save Tails. That is the only time you see Chaos in the entire game. That is it. That's the last time you get to see Chaos. He just disappears after that cutscene. Which is a problem, because Chaos has no significance after the first 10 minutes. It's just kinda there. But this mod actually restores something to the game. You can now play versus Chaos. Now, I believe originally, and don't quote me on this, please correct me if I'm wrong, but originally I believe you were supposed to actually have some kind of gameplay element with Perfect Chaos in this game, or Chaos General, excuse me. You were supposed to have a stage that you would play through fighting against Chaos. That's not a thing in the retail game. This mod makes a stage for the Chaos fight. This is what we could have had.
Enemy approaching. I don't like this.
This would have made a lot more sense in the retail game if we had a fight against Chaos, because he just kind of poofs. Sonic hits him once and that's it. Okay, no more Chaos. Shadow was also supposed to, I believe, have a fight too, but when we find Shadow later on in the story, yeah, he's just gonna be a thing. Like, that's it. Like, the plot for him is find Shadow. Hey, you found Shadow. That's it. No fight. You just move on. So it's kind of a shame because we got two different bosses that show up because of the Fan of Ruby's meddling that just don't do anything in the plot. They just kind of exist for the sake of existing. Honestly, I think it was more just to have them in the trailers. That was it. Now, say what you will about the Forces music, but the chiptune they use for this mod specifically for the Chaos fight is really good. Between the standard fight music against Chaos and then the chiptune version of Open Your Heart. It is honestly a really good remix. Give me a bubble. Thank you. We're getting near the end though. It's not that long of a boss fight. Because once we get to this section here where the whole area is flooded out, we just gotta get to the top. Take a hit on the way out, because why not? And there's Chaos. That's it.
You're amazing, Sonic.
Imagine if that was in the final product. That would have made the Chaos situation so much better. Perfect. Why bring Chaos back if you're gonna do nothing with him? I'm sorry, but it's just such a waste of time. At least with Shadow, when they bring back that character, he's in the story, so it feels a little bit more appropriate for Shadow to not do much of anything. But for Chaos just to not do anything, that is just a missed opportunity, in my opinion. Alright, but I'm gonna turn off the classic Sonic Improvement mod now. We're going back to base game. So unfortunately, the tank controls with Butter are back, but it is what we have to deal with. Oh, that was the Sonic reference. I don't even remember that scene. But again, it's been years since I've seen the first Sonic movie. That's probably why. Character just holding up a drawing of the character. It makes sense. Alright, let's move on to our next stage here. Prison Hall. Now we're going to use a rental character. I want to see what's available here. So we got one with Void, Burst, another Void, Lightning, Thrill, Lightning, Lightning, Hover. There's a lot of Lightning and Void ones I've noticed. Alright, fine. This thing is cursed, but I like its moveset and it has Drill. We'll use this thing. Monkey ball, old man with high heels. Yeah, that's about right for the avatar clothing in this game. My final avatar I remember making by the end of my original Sonic Forces playthrough was just a wedding dressed up bird with a tiki mask. So mine's no better for being weird.
Listen up, rookie. Our other forces are busy dealing with enemies. It looks like you took the best route.
So, when you play with a rental, you can play with your avatar and the rental one simultaneously. You just hit the left trigger and you swap between them. And this one is really good to use because of the abilities that it just has right away. So when I stomp like this, I'll just get a burst of speed. That's one of the best abilities from a Wispin, which, that's from a Wispin, by the way. You can't do that natively. And Drill is also really good for moving fast, too. You can press the button 3 times, charge it up, and it releases a lot of speed all at once. And I mean a lot of speed.
We're still trying to fight our way out. They've got us pinned down. Looks like this place was used up until recently.
It appears that many of our brethren were held here.
Don't you need to use the Drill Wisp power itself? I'd rather just use the Drill Wisp in. Wait, what is this character? I don't even know what it is, ability-wise. Oh, it has a double jump, so it's a bird.
They're on high alert
See, when it's masked up like this, I can't tell what this character is at all.
He's close.
And that's the stage. Not really too much going on there. Honestly, not many places to use the Drill Wisp, but hey, it was fun to use. Gave us more than enough rings, so that's why I could just a cakewalk here. We're gonna get a lot of unlocks too. I don't even know if we're gonna get a lot of the same we did when I first played this years ago. It really depends on the missions. This is also how you unlock the other Wispin types too, the ones that have the powers. Completing a lot of your different missions is how you unlock a lot of different things to the avatar as a whole, but unfortunately, the ability style Wispins, they take forever to unlock, so for the most part, I would recommend just downloading a 100% save file if you want to run through the game, or just hope there's a good one on the rental system.
This is the end, Sonic.
Oh, hey, sounds like the party started. Want to let me go and join in? No? Of course not. You hate fun. Whoa. Oh, wow. The end, huh? Let's see you try something now that I'm free.
Foolish hedgehog. Getting out of your chains does not make you free. Now, come and face the inevitable.
Ha! The only thing inevitable here is my foot kicking your butt.
So I remember when I first played this game on the stream years ago, this fight was not the most spelled out one in the game. It was kind of a mess. So the thing is, to attack Zavok here, I'm calling him by his auto pronunciation. I hate Zavok in this game. Sonic says it differently depending on the game. Like, it's Zavok in Sonic Lost World, Zavok here in Forces. I don't know why they changed the pronunciation. That's just kind of weird. I need to wait for Zavok to hit the ground here. And then when he hits the ground, don't jump, which is very counterintuitive to what you would normally do fighting a boss. When he attacks, you normally want to dodge, no matter what. But in this case, you don't want to jump. You need him to propel you up in the air with the B, and then you can attack. If you jump, you can't attack Zavik at all. It's very confusing for a first playthrough, because it's not spelled out at all. Honestly, it's the most confusing boss in the game for that reason, but it's not a hard fight. None of the bosses in this game are hard at all. They're all very easy.
You're not making this easy, are you? No matter. Crushing will be all the more satisfying.
I do believe also at this time, they got a different voice for Zavik, because this is not the same guy that played him in Lost World. That was only like 3 or... No, it was about 4 years, because it was 2013 that game came out. So it was like a 4-year gap, and I guess between that time, they got someone else to play the character. Doesn't matter, this is the last time we see Zavik. He shows up for this one again, as a construct of the Phantom Ruby, and then he just disappears after this fight. We'll see him again later as like a background character at most. This is the last time you interact with Zavik. And really the only time, actually. And as soon as you do this last set of homing attacks, the game just ends the fight for you. Because that health bar has like a quarter health left at most, and boom, it's done.
To the likes of you again.
That was a blast. Bring some chili dogs next time.
The fact you don't do anything for that fight, like that whole sequence in the end, my hands were off the controller. That was all automated. What's the point in having a boss have a sliver of health left if that said sliver of health is knocked away in a cutscene? The player has no control over that, so at that point, just say the boss is done. It's very confusing. Also, just kind of a waste of time. But for beating this boss, we get the Lightning Wisp. Now we can use that Wispin. And we got more mission unlocks, so give me more things. Yeah, the health bar in this is really bad to see. Like, it's too small. So I hope you're playing this on a big screen TV or something. Like, if you're playing this on the Switch when it came out in handheld mode, good luck. That's too small to see on a tiny little 7-inch screen. Not to mention that it's just too thin, man. The name is way bigger than the health bar. I could have stretched it a little bit more. The UI in this game is kind of bad in a lot of areas.
Whoa, it's not time for thinking, it's time for running.
Alright, well, Twitch wants to run the minute-and-a-half ad since we're at that point. I'm gonna run it right now before we go on a stage, because these ads, they last as long as a Forces stage. So we are not gonna go into the epic just yet, because if we do, no one will see it. That's how fast this game is. It's stupidly fast. But I guess I gotta mention, you go back to the boss fight, it didn't let me select my different characters here. You can't play as Supersonic in the bosses. It's just for the main stages. And even then, you can't play as Supersonic in the Avatar modern stages, the one that you can play as both characters. That's just not allowed. So we're only gonna be playing with the Supers in modern stages and classics, so that would have been paid DLC for $2 for maybe a little over half of the game's levels, if that. I would say like 60 to 70% of the stages at most. That would have been a terrible deal. And again, with the backlash Sega got at the time, this is why they made Supersonic free later as DLC. Because it was in the code, people realized it, people unlocked it because of the PC release. It would have been a really stupid decision. I'm glad they rolled that back. Alright, but let's go ahead and get the stage started. The ad's basically done now, so we're good.
Yes, they found out I escaped. Oh well, time to kiss this yawn fest goodbye.
This stage does this a lot, by the way, with the platforms just appearing out of nowhere. As soon as you get close, they're supposed to pop out.
I guess anyone who crosses Eggman gets a one-way trip to space.
Oh no, I died. Oh no. Okay, that's it. I just wasted a couple seconds of my time, but it did not matter.
We're off planet. I guess anyone who crosses Eggman gets a one-way trip to space. No way I'm sticking around here. There's nothing
Okay, come on. The homing attack appeared for like 0.5 seconds. I want to go to the left half. Top halves in Sonic games usually the best to take, not just for speed, but also for some collectibles too.
No way I'm sticking around here.
But trying to get to this one is a real big pain. I will say, this is probably one of my favorite level themes in the game. I've heard this one a couple times over the years. This theme is really, really good. Unfortunately, just like the rest of the game, it's a theme you can't hear much of because of how short the levels are. Once you get to specific sections and music changes, you listen to like the best parts of the song for like maybe halfway through the stage, and then the other half is some music you just don't care for nearly as much. Like once we get to the halfway point in this stage, it's gonna change over to a different theme. I think this song's much better. Also, one quirk I should mention about the double jump in this game is when you boost, the double jump no longer works. You only get a single jump out of it, which is not great, because sometimes you want to do a boost into a double jump, but to do that, you gotta let go your boost. So it's not the most intuitive thing. Alright, here comes probably the best part about the stage, if you like cutscenes, because this whole section is just one giant QTE. Which this would have been fun to play.
Firepower. Still, it doesn't matter if they can't land their shots. Here goes nothing.
The game also likes to pause for a split moment too when you do one of these action commands. So it feels like it might freeze up for a second, and depending on your hardware, it might take longer to react to. Like I believe in the Switch version, those pauses were a lot more egregious. I played some of this version of the game on Switch. I don't recommend it. It's kind of a bad version. It has all the traits that we know of Switch versions nowadays. Lower resolution, lower frame rate, longer load times. It still mechanically runs in 60 frames. Your inputs don't feel dropped. It just feels sluggish, and it's very long to load. It honestly was a fine version when it came out because it was Switch, brand new console. Cool to have this kind of thing on a handheld. It just... I don't know, a game like this does feel jarring not to play in 60. Because of how fast-paced it is.
Easy there, everything's cool. Are you here to rescue me? Mm-hmm. Can't tell you how much I appreciate it. It's been a while since I've seen a friendly face.
Hey, rookie.
This scene also kind of bothers me. It's like, oh, you're here to rescue me? It's like, yeah, but you rescued us. You didn't need our help at all. It's kind of a waste of my time.
Your concern is touching, Knuckles.
Yeah, I feel like if Sonic knew how to fly a ship, he would not need the Avatar for
Alive is
anything.
the best news we've
Because
had
that's
in
the
months.
reason why we're here. To fly the ship.
And here's the bad news. Our intel indicates Eggman's got a weapons factory in Green Hill, pumping out munitions for his war effort.
A factory? We can't take out Eggman's home base in Metropolis if he's got a factory supplying him.
No kidding. Look, Sonic, I know you just got back, but we're spread thin. Can you take care of this? We need that factory in Green Hill destroyed. Take the rookie with you.
You sure about this? The kid was shaking like a leaf the whole time we were at the Death Egg.
That's because it's cold in space. The factory is nice and warm.
Yeah, sure, that's the only reason.
It will be when it's burnt to the ground. Sonic, you take the lead. Rookie, just make sure you take good notes.
I got 6 months of payback I'm just dying to spend. This sounds like a good start.
Also be a good time for us to have our Avatar mixed with Modern. And I forgot, no, this does let you play with Super. For whatever reason, I was thinking you can't play with Super here, but that's probably because you can't play with the Shadow character swap. So, not as bad as I thought for Super Sonic, but still like 80% maybe at most that you can use the character. Oh, also I forgot, yeah, you can use rental here.
The enemy
I want to use a rental if I can. Because it doesn't hurt to have one available. If you use it, use it. If you don't, you don't. Doesn't matter. Also, let's just get an idea of what's even here. Because again, these leaderboards are all kinds of hacks, so... A lot of these aren't even real made avatars. A lot of them could just be hacked in ones. Yeah, like this one's a very good example. That's probably hacked in. Because it looks like a basic design. Like, that's just the avatar... I think that's like a default avatar specifically that you make. Because I've seen this one all over the place. So it's just like a template. No, there's the one with the gamer hat. Alright, you know what? We have to pick this one because gamer. I'm never gonna probably get the gamer hat. This is the most you'll ever see of it.
The enemy's factory is inside the pyramid. I can send reinforcements if you don't think you can handle it.
No need. The two of us are more than enough. We'll blitz the place and open up a path for the resistance. Right, partner?
Oh no, I fell. But it puts me in the red ring, so really, who cares? I say as he passes the red ring because the character swapping in this is really jarring. You do an action with one of the characters, it will swap to that character. So if you want to go boost, it'll swap to Sonic. If you want to do a homing attack chain with the Avatar, it's going to swap to the Avatar. But the problem is, the character just kind of sways around when you swap to them. So that does not help. Oh, also here comes a double boost. You don't even need to do it. Like, it doesn't matter. The game will auto-complete it for you if you do it or not. In fact, actually, it's faster in stages to do it. But in a boss fight, you don't have to mash with double boost. It'll be the exact same effect.
Bingo! Found a way in! You should be able to get into the factory through there. Stay alert!
This should be fun. So they're building weapons here, huh? Making everyone work like robots. It'll be Eggman's
I get it.
pushed around when I get a hold of him.
Hindsight, this is a stage I shouldn't have gotten the one that has Drill Wisp, because Drill Wisp in this stage isn't really that helpful. Case in point, it's not really a Wisp that gets much of a use here.
So they're building weapons here, huh? Making everyone work like robots. It'll be Eggman's turn to get pushed around when I get a hold of him.
I end up just using my main character here, because Wolf will be better because of his burst. Like a lot of the high paths here, just completely skip the enemies. Why? Why? See what I was talking about with the character swapping thing? So Sonic is always, like, look at how this is. Sonic is always gonna be the one probably hanging backwards in certain situations. Same for your Avatar, because notice when I went forward for a moment, one of the characters, yeah, like, look at that. So they don't always face the same direction. And this could easily cost you a life, like it just did for me there. I like the idea of the swapping of the Avatar and the main character. I just think it was handled pretty sloppy in hindsight here. This section's not really great for me right now to have the Wisp I have. I honestly would have rather had lightning for this. You know what? I think we're gonna swap to that. But before I do, I want to see something here. Do I have that mod anymore? No, I don't. Oh, I had a really funny mod here for the double boost, but I lost some of these files recently. So it's not here anymore. Let me see if I can find it really quick. It only took me like 2 seconds. Let me see. I don't think I have anything else. I might actually have it on the spare rig. I'll check. No, can't find it. That's surprising. Oh well. To be fair, I need to look at my other characters here, so I'm glad I backed out. Let me hit rental. One of the lightnings will be what I want. Here's another gamer one, so I'll go with this. Yeah, there we go.
The The enemy's factory is inside the pyramid. I can send reinforcements if you don't think you can handle it.
No need. The two of us are more than enough.
So all the attributes minus the double jump from the bird, they all work here when you're playing with Sonic and the Avatar together. So the ring magnetization feature from the wolf is still going to work here with the wolf. The drop ring thing from Hedgehog will work with my actual Hedgehog with me, and so on and so on.
Yeah, that's how it's done. We've got unstoppable speed and timing. We just have to keep this up. Bingo, found a way in.
You should be able to get into the factory through this.
So there's that I forgot about too, with the double boost feature. It's only in a handful of stages. If you actually do mash the button, you get the vocal version of the main theme of this fist bump. But if you don't, it's not a big deal because you get an instrumental. Oh, I forgot, you gotta hold the button for this thing.
It'll be Eggman's turn.
So I'm gonna actually take the L on purpose. And not swap? Oh, come on, that's so dumb.
So they're building weapons here, huh? Making everyone work.
If you're not selected on the character, it doesn't let you use that Wispin power.
So they're building weapons
That's better.
here, huh? Making everyone
So
work
lightning
like
lets you
robots.
use essentially the light
Eggman's
speed
turn to get
dash.
pushed around when I get a hold of him.
And if you're grinding rings in this game, because that is a mission, one of the best combinations for you would be Wolf, Lightning Wisp. Because that combination will give you the most rings in this game. And this stage is the grinding stage. Well, that's the Lightning Wisp in itself, as the, with its attack. It's basically a big old whip. So it's good for big areas like this for fighting. And that's about it. So I think it's really good for like this stage. Other stages, maybe not so much, but this stage is probably one of the best uses for lightning. And that's it. Even with some of those blunders so I can use the lightning whips, it's still like 2 minutes. I will say, Arsenal Pier has a good theme to it inside, but the main theme outside has so much more music to it that you just don't hear. Because they want to kick into the internal theme right away. And then the whole double boost thing kind of takes over the theme. That's what, the first 20 seconds? You hear more of the song, I think, one of the extra levels, at least. And hey, there you go, we unlocked ourselves a Lightning Wisp that had some attributes to it. So now we actually have a better Wispin. Because so far we have just gotten base Wispins and like one burst with one ability.
Something is
really that great.
attacking inside the Mystic Jungle. Silver is fighting him, or it, or whatever. Just hurry!
Guys, it's him!
I'm looking forward to a second round with this guy.
I don't know why they just don't flat out say what his name is. Just tell us who he is. It's fine. It's not like this character has like no plot anyways. Alright, just give me 1 sec. I'm just checking one more thing file-wise here before we continue. Okay, no, I don't have the file I'm looking for. There was a funny mod that I could have shown here, but unfortunately I no longer have it. It's not easy for me to find. I don't know any other way to find it at this point. If someone can find me the Together We mod, I would install it, but I literally don't know where to find it anymore. It might have been taken down. And it's literally what it sounds like. It modified the double boost. But unfortunately I cannot find the file anymore. Oh, yeah, this is this stage. This is the stage everyone knows best for no control stick. You've probably seen this video when the game came out back in 2017. Luminous Forest with no analog stick. Yeah, you just do this the whole stage. That's it. This is gameplay. Peak gameplay at that. I don't even need to interact with anything else, man. It's just control stick is off. Thankfully, if you have a broken controller, apparently this is the stage you can play, because it's just this. It's very automated, like most of the game. This is the first Boost game that doesn't have a drift, so that's why a lot of this works. But I think I'm actually going to play the stage for real now, because it is possible to beat the whole thing without it. But we're going to use the analog stick, because I actually want to have some fun. I watched a challenge video from someone where they played through all the game without using the analog stick. It's possible to beat half of this game without moving at all. I'm not even kidding. It's a real number. Half of the game. Kind of a joke. Couldn't hit the boost ramp. I couldn't homing attack either because you go too fast in this section. If you want to take the shortcut, you gotta be really paying attention to it. Okay, guess we're going up here. I think I can still land, right? Wrong. Okay. I don't even know what just happened there. I got caught on some kind of incline, I think, on the boost. I'll go one more. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's what it was. It was an automated section. So I got caught in the automated loop.
We can't hold any longer. You've done plenty. Great job.
I've located that unknown enemy. They're in the ruins up ahead.
Great, Amy. I'll make sure everyone's efforts weren't in vain.
Unidentified life form on the radar. Something from the jungle?
Oh yes, Snake. My favorite Sonic enemy.
Explosions riled it up. Doesn't look like we'll get past without a fight.
You're so gonna regret that. Hedgehogs don't make good snacks.
That was a random section. I think it's possible to skip this snake if you're good enough at speedrunning tricks. Because it's literally just the ending. Get past the snake, it's the goal. Easy. I will say it's a nice set piece. I wish it wasn't a quick time event. I wish it was an actual set piece for you to run into. Hey, look, we got the gamer hat, so now we can become gamer. I am going to change my avatar next stage we go into. I don't know if I'm going to put on the gamer hat, but I at least have options. Alright, here we go. Our first real encounter with the main bad guy in this plot.
But I'm always happy to crush a hero. It keeps the rabble in line, shows them that there is no hope.
Does anyone but you believe your lies? Huh.
Say, this is a really cool cutscene. I like the choreographing fight sequence with Silver. I just wish we saw more of Silver. Because this is the most we see him do in a very long time.
Well, look who's back from the dead. The little blue savior. But what's that I smell? You reek of fear. Glad to see I left an impression.
That's not fear. I ran all the way over here. And you haven't left an impression. I don't know anything about you, not even your name.
You know, that line hits further home than they could have realized at the time. You didn't really leave an impression. Yeah, he doesn't. He does not. Infinite is only a thing in this plot, and then Sega hasn't used them since.
You can skip the first two questions if you like.
The source of my power is none of your concern.
Sorry, but you've just got to share the secret of your power with me. I insist.
You're insisting.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Sonic, you okay?
Remember that thing I just said about how cool the snake piece was? And I could have used it as an actual set piece for the stage? This whole boss fight is circled around that. So we go from, I wish I could have used it in one stage, to they used it in one entire boss fight. A little much.
Come on, I'll show you my spines.
To be fair, this section is kind of odd to control, but I do like the Sonic Lost World callback. The only kind of spherical style gameplay like this from Sonic Lost World. Even though the springs are ripped straight from Lost World. I almost missed my chance there to hit him. It's kind of awkward. Because that's the thing. This kind of gameplay works okay in Lost World because in that game, you have a run button so you can control your speed. But here in the boost formula, it's not great, a spherical level design like this. Because you can easily just run past your target.
You might have more fighting.
So the boss fight's kind of disorienting, I would say.
Let's see how many seconds.
It's a fun little fight, still.
Payback time at last.
Alright, now our final hit we cannot do at all right now. Because notice here I hit infinite, but it didn't take away the rest of his health. The final hit has to be in the sky. It's scripted. You always have to end here. So I wanted to weaken him close to a transition to save us some time.
Your previous data.
Unlike mechs, I can grow.
Oh, we are not getting all the red rings. Man, if we go for 100% in this game, that will like triple our time for no reason. Because there's red rings, the 5 collectible rings, and then the 5 silver rings. Which is too much. They're not worth it, in my opinion. We'll show off the extra stages we get from getting the red rings, though, because I have the stages already on a different file. So we can at least see the fruits of your efforts from that. Alright, we got ourselves a new Wispin. Got the hammer. Which is fine. I believe that was Cube, and I remember the Cube Wispin not being great. The weapon's fine, but the power's not that great.
Well, you've improved since the last time, but you will still lose.
I will say, going back to play this years later, the red filter is starting to hurt my eyes more in age. It's very flashy in a bad way. In some ways, I guess I should preference this game with a seizure warning when we run into Infinite. Even though it's not that strict, the flashing of the colors could still be enough to trigger someone. So, as your heads up, I would say. Let's go to the Avatar here. I want to change up some of my stuff for the Avatar equipment. Yeah, so we get Cube here, which I'm probably not going to use this at all. I don't like the Cube Wisp. I'm probably going to end up just keeping Burst as my main Wispin until I get maybe Drill or something. Drill or Void. Those are good Wisps to use. Alright, here we go. We'll put on the gamer hat for the fans. I don't mind having the headset mic on. I just don't like the masks because I like to be able to see my mouth. Yeah, there we go. We'll just go with belt buckle. Why not? And for the other piece, I mean, I don't really like the body color stuff all too much. You know what? We'll be Wolf in Splatoon. Why not? I'll be Splatoon Wolf. Is that? I don't know why that's a thing, but all right. That was the daily mission too. It's just equipping all this stuff. Not using the Avatar right now. Instead, we're playing this stage.
Well, I mean this world, Sonic. And Eggman's monster got him. But you're here now. It's like the world needs a Sonic. Any Sonic to keep things in balance. If we defeat Eggman, this war will be over. And if we can figure out the secret to his power, maybe we can get you home. Hey, the sensor is picking up Eggman. Let's hurry.
We still don't explain how this Sonic is here or anything in this plot, which is kind of a part of the bad writing.
We've got to find Eggman quick.
Alright, we're gonna be hearing this song for a moment because I want to talk about another quirk about this game. It's specifically.
Still relatively undamaged.
For one, I don't like the song
Enemy
here.
is here
Most of
somewhere.
classic Sonic soundtrack
Better be
is
on your
very
guard, Sonic.
synthy, and it doesn't sound great. But specifically, I want to show you all something when it comes to this game's internal frame rate. I just gotta wait for that to hook. Oh, screw up an error. I gotta manually do this. Come on, you know you want to hook into the game. Come on, give me a frame rate counter. I'm not really supposed to be doing this while I'm streaming. That's probably why it's freaking out. I wonder if I do this really quick. Hang on. Let me go. I'm not doing full screen. I'm doing full screen borderless. There it is. All right, I'm turning off that part. I need to have a proper window. So, you notice here in graphics, I have it set the max FPS to 60. This game internally runs up to 60 frames at most, but there is an unlocked option. Now, before I unlock the frame rate, pay attention to the grass. You see how it's moving? It's all floppy around a very specific speed. This is at 60 frames per second. Now let's bump it down to what the Switch we're running. 30 frames per second. That's still kind of floppy, maybe a little bit slower, but about the same. Here's what happens when you unlock this game's frame rate. So we're running at 500 frames per second. Now the grass is like this. This game does not like running in anything past 60 frames per second. The internal engine craps the bed, for lack of better terms. The game still functions okay enough, but there could be some quick time events that just flat out fail because of the game internal frame rate getting spiked. Because this was never designed for anything past 60. And this is a problem for modern day hardware, where most people on PC have high refresh rate monitors. This is bound to happen if you don't lock the game's frame rate. And even then, it kinda lies to you. It says max FPS is 60. Notice how my frame rate does not say 60. It's at 58, 59, sometimes I see it goes as low as 57. This game is a 57 to 61 FPS game in my experience. It's all over the place. So if you're playing this on PC, you need to cap the frame rate. You will thank me later. Because otherwise, it's gonna freak out engine-wise.
We've got to find Eggman quick. Let's see.
Well, let's finally play this
All I
stage.
picked up was through this way. This area is still relatively undamaged. Enemy is here somewhere. You better be on your guard, Sonic.
I still want to know why I'm here. I'm just here. Again, they don't explain it well in this at all, but the original scripts would have explained things a little bit better for classic Sonic being in this world. Originally, how the script was written, classic Sonic would have been yet another Phantom Ruby concept at that point. So, classic Sonic being here might not have been like an actual real thing. He would have been more of another Phantom Ruby illusion. So as soon as the Phantom Ruby goes away, classic Sonic fades away as well at the end of this plot. It would have made a lot more sense if they went with the original plot reason instead of just throwing him in this world and just saying, "I hear."
This is Green Hill, right? Something is wrong.
Yeah, Tails, I can think of many things that are wrong. Music, sand, how I feel. This 5-ton weight you strapped to my foot. Also, another thing they don't really explain well here, it's just Tails in general. When Sonic is captured by Eggman, he becomes all sad and depressed. He can't really function. And yet, the first cutscene we see of him after the fact, he's working on Omega because something happened to him. We don't know what. They never explain what. He's fine later. But he is just down in the dumps because of losing Sonic to the Eggman army. And the next time we see Tails, he doesn't look down in the dumps. So, bad writing on that front.
Be careful, Sonic.
Not to mention that he fixes Omega, but they don't really specify he fixed Omega in that cutscene. So, you could easily miss that detail when he shows up later in the story. It is confusing. Getting all the unlocks right now because of missions. The daily missions are definitely a thing that slows this game down. I think in a speedrun sense, you have to play online if you want the rental system, which really helps for speedrun sake. But you try to avoid whatever daily missions are available, which is not the easiest to do. Oh, an SOS! You know what? I'll do one of these while we're on ad break, because I think that makes the most sense. So, the SOS system. You receive this every once in a while on a mission. You got 3 different versions of it. Red SOS, use the avatar that's sent. You have to use them to clear the stage. Green, you use the avatar again. Blue, you use modern, classic, or an avatar to rescue the avatar that sent the signal. So it's just different versions of an avatar specifically needing your help. This one's a red SOS. So, we have to use what the game gives us here. You know what? Why not? Gotta play the stage again. I'll use super. This one gives us a different weapon. We're forced to use this character. Our character is not available for this. I hate the swap over. I don't like trying to boost forward and Sonic goes backwards. I'm just saying, that's kind of stupid.
Time for the 2 of us to team up.
So this one has the Asteroid Wisp. This one you're probably not going to see me use too much of, but it's, if I remember correctly, one of the better attacking wisps. This can clear enemies around you pretty easily, if I remember. I don't know. This game's very forgettable. I'm trying to remember what all the wisps do. I watched someone play through this game more recently again, just to familiarize myself with the game. So that kind of helped. Watch the speedrun. Maybe that'll drop my memory a bit. It didn't really.
So they're building weapons here, huh? Making everyone work like robots. It'll be Eggman's turn to get pushed around when I get a hold of him.
Yeah, so that was correct. This Wisp is really good for just attacking a bunch of people far away like this. And then Super Sonic just decides to go backwards. So as you see, you have to complete the mission in one go, otherwise you fail it. It's... SOS missions are just kind of there. I wouldn't worry about these too much. I think it was worth just to play one, even if I failed it. I don't care, because these missions are worthless. I'm not keeping this file after I'm done with the stream anyway, so it doesn't matter the unlocks, my sake. So let's go fight Eggman. I already fought this boss earlier because of the demo, but this time we'll actually have more than a minute to fight.
Prototypes is complete. It was a defective model. It could only record the DNA of the one that triggered it.
Only a being with my strength of will could ever activate it.
It doesn't matter now with the lab locked down in Mystic Jungle. Which reminds me, didn't you run into Sonic there after he escaped?
Yes, but he was powerless against me. There is no need for concern.
You let the hedgehog live? That is a great source of concern.
I knew I should have hired that hitman! Because he does want Sonic dead, or at least originally he did. But Eggman doesn't really do anything to Sonic in this, besides capture him. And then later send him out to the Void.
What is it?
That's it. That's all that happens.
We move forward with the plan.
Of course. When it's complete, the resistance will be erased. The world will be nothing but ashes, from which a glorious Eggman Empire will rise.
And the resistance will yield to the Phantom Ruby's power. All will submit.
What? You? I don't have time for this. Such power exceeds even my expectations. Ha! My own genius scares me sometimes.
That means you miscalculated. That's a failure in my book.
Yeah, just bring out the random Egg Dragoon, please. Why is this even here, by the way? Again, with the whole, we don't explain anything in this plot because we scrapped, like, a good chunk of the script. Egg Dragoon just here. Okay. Sure. I like at least how Eggman does reference that this thing has been through battles before, saying, you know, maybe it's not as effective as before, but it's still going to work. Like, you know, at least he acknowledges this thing was used for battle in the past. That's better than half those scripts with nothing being referenced and just brushing it off.
You're lying.
You won't have to wait long to find out.
Man, talk about a bad pattern. I thought the demo gave me a bad pattern. That was worse. The rocks also destroy themselves higher than where you're at. Which, that's kind of stupid design, I will say.
It would be a challenge to crush.
You can jump and you can still avoid the thing hurtling towards your head. Why?
Just you wait.
That was a boss fight. He's really not that hard. That's the easiest incarnation of that Dragoon to this date. The one on Unleashed and Sonic Generations are both way more challenging than him. Makes sense though, they're more final bosses compared to early game bosses. But we're already in stage 11, so it's not that early in the game. In fact, he's close to the halfway mark. So if I remember, the game is broken up into 30 different stages, roughly. Which includes boss fights.
Look at you, fighting like you've got a chance to win. It's adorable. Almost makes me feel bad that we're never going to do this little dance again. In just 3 short days, my plan will eliminate the bothersome lot of you.
Wait, 3 days? And what plan?
If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise. You know what they say, the anticipation of the end is worse than the end itself.
That's not what I know you saying. I know what you say, Eggman. You know what they say, the more the merrier. That is the line I'm used to.
Eggman's army has broken through.
Oh god, what happened to your face? You're covered in paint? What? Where were you, Avatar?
Who can we send? Sonic and Silver need time to heal.
We've engaged enemy forces at Seaside Hill. We can't spare anyone.
This is the 8th unit. We're pinned down under heavy enemy fire.
Man, looks like I've got no choice. Okay, rookie, I've got a tough one for you. I need you to head back to the city and save those civilians.
Alright, guess we're going to town. Do it by myself. I don't need any friends.
I need a status update on the people who couldn't evacuate in time.
SBO here. We're engaging enemy forces and can't search for civilians right now.
Fighting's too fierce for us to help out as well.
Sounds like you're our only hope, rookie. The rescue is in your hands.
Those are death egg robots.
I love getting launched straight into the robot without any control to my movement.
Still, we can't just ignore them. You got this, right, rookie?
So this is the stage they bring back for Shadow Generations. No wonder why it looks familiar. Maybe we'll see it again here in like 5 minutes. Probably. Question, chat, what wisp am I using?
The rescue is underway.
We secured an escape route, so there's a safe way out.
Thanks to the rookie, things are turning around. Let's
Yep.
keep this
Okay, going this way.
momentum
If you guess burst, your ears are working, by the way. Because, man, they really love to tell you what wisp you have every time you hit the ground with a new power. What's the point of this pulley? Doesn't even work. Probably some switch I had to hit or something. Maybe a trigger I missed. Just kind of there. Jeez, looks like I just got off a paintball field. So many clothes I'm never putting on. Oh, here comes more. The reward mission pop-up system is a very, very intrusive thing. It's like, I just want to get a move on. Can you just give me a laundry list of the stuff I unlocked instead of a piece-by-piece list next time? Would have been great.
Well, that was impressive, but we still have a lot to do.
Great job! I knew you could do it if you believed in yourself.
Nice moves. But if you hog all the glory, how am I gonna look good?
Hector, you do nothing in this plot. That's how. Do something. Oh, there's another SOS. I'm not doing it this time. I'm moving on.
Sonic's alive!
Same exact stage, so I don't want to do
I
it.
used up all my wishes for the rest of my life, but it's worth it. Come on, we have to go find him and tell him about Eggman's plan. Whatever his plan is.
Good question, because he
Eggman
doesn't
said
really
something
explain it
about
all that well in this
Sonic
plot.
being Mystic Jungle.
Like, his plan is just take over the world, which we've heard before. But how? I don't know, take over the world.
According to what I
That's it.
overheard, Sonic should be here.
Oh, here we
Feels
go.
weird asking
This
you
is the
about
worst classic Sonic level in this game because of the physics being all kind of borked. The pinball physics in this are some of the worst.
Whoa, that looks like fun.
No, it doesn't, Tails. If this is fun, you come do it. I don't want to be here. I want out. Classic Sonic want out. Like, oh my God. You thought the control felt heavy before. Play on a pinball table. Then this ball feels like it took on all the weight in the world. Thank you, I just want out. Oh, my question. You missed the bit, Matt. I'm not gonna go back over the bit again. It was just a joke. That's all. To be fair, the bit's not really fitting here anymore. Now the bit is get me out of the pinball level because the pinball in this. Ugh. To be fair, it's not even much of a bit. It's just a complaint.
You might be closer to the center.
You lose like all control for almost a second when you hit anything on these pinball tables here. It's way too aggressive. And it doesn't help that the physics already for classic are just borked. So the extra weight to this is really not helping. Oh my God, I just want out. Sonic want out. Just let me out. Okay, that bumper I just clipped straight up through. Okay, if it gets us out here faster, I ain't complaining. I missed the button that had a spin dash from Sonic Generations. This one you have to hold down and press the button for spin dash like the older games. Which is fine, but this one feels like it takes longer to get moving. So it'd be nice to have the button still. Which I don't know why they don't have a dedicated spin dash button in this game like they did for Sonic Generations. They use basically the same template. Kinda weird. Oh, there's the Tiki mask. If you're around for the original 27 stream, you know that thing all too well. That's our first gold, so first gold medal, here's some extra stuff. Here's more. Please stop. Thank you. Alright, before we go there to the avatar stage, let's go to our wardrobe and fix this up. For one, we can actually change our Wispin outright if I wanted. Probably still gonna stick with burst, but I should probably use another one for a different stage. We'll use the lightning one. Actually, wait, no, we shouldn't, because I'll probably just get that from rentals. So that's the mask. Took off my sunglasses and you can't see the rest of me. We'll use it once for a old callback. That's about it. You know, that's as close as you're getting to show feet. Show sandals. Get a little cape, and then the bodysuit. I want to definitely fix this. You know what? We'll go with this pattern. Oh, great. That's a that's a mission. Changing my gloves. The most simple thing.
A couple of strange readings. They're coming from the laboratory, the one where Sonic fought Infinite.
It's probably another of Eggman's robots.
Life readings, 2 of them. Definitely not robots.
Hey, rookie, go to the
I forgot how
lab,
much
check it
that
out.
mask fills up the profile picture. You literally don't see him. Just see mask. Alright, what do we got here? Let me see. Gee, I wonder if that's a hat to count with him just slamming on the numpad. Honestly, none of these are really great for this mission. I can go with hover, just to kind of show it off. One's birds, I will get the double jump again. So why not? I won't be using hover for any other situation, so I might as well use it here.
We've picked up the 2 life readings near the lab up ahead.
They aren't robots. What are they?
If they're enemies,
No, I want to go this way.
taking them both on might be a big ask.
Trying to take an alternate path in this game is not the easiest because of the on-rails system. Like, once you get moving to a certain area, they lock you in.
Watch out! The current is pretty strong. This place is enough to make anyone dizzy. It might be better just to go with the flow.
I'm really not a fan of these sliding water sections because of the control. Control is definitely a thing of all time. If you hit any robot, you go flying, and there's so many of these beetles. That does not help things. It's kind of slow, too. Are you kidding? I didn't even do anything there. I just got launched off, which is another problem I have with this kind of section, because that can just happen.
What are they?
If they're enemies,
Oh, yeah, so that kind of summarized how I felt about this whole level. Ugh. Because of that one death. I gotta redo the entire thing. It's like, oh, great. Because I'm gonna be playing this level again later as a different character. So, the longer I have to be here, the worse it gets. Oh, also the red rings in this are torture to get from what I remember. They're very much like Sonic Lost World's red rings. If you went out of your way to 100% that game, you know how bad that was. A lot of the red rings here can be one and dones because of the current system. You can easily just miss your target.
Must be doing experiments they don't want people to know about.
So this is hover. And the ability. It literally just lets you fly. That is it. Which is cool, but also half of the wisps do that in some fashion. Like Burst is flat out a flying type. Lightning will let you do that with Lightspeed Trails. What, drill? You could just do that by flying in the air with the drill wisping. So it's an interesting power that's kind of overshadowed. Kind of like from what I remember, this wisping power is one of my least favorite because it just was kind of there. That face brings back memories. I will say, my custom avatar was my favorite part about that Forces stream that we did back in 2017. Just seeing this abomination come to life. It's the best part about Forces, the custom character stuff. To be fair, the avatar stages as a whole are some of the best parts of Sonic Forces. It's a fun set of levels, even if they are really short. Oh yeah, and also these are not pre-rendered cutscenes. They're in-engine. So whatever goofy look your avatar has, you get to see. And in this case, yeah, this is the dumbest look ever.
Have we met before?
No. But also, yes. This version of me, maybe? I don't know. You recognize the mask at least.
I'm perfectly fine. It's been generations since I've seen you. You okay?
Ah, I get it. Even though that's not even true anymore. Different dimension.
Eggman
It hurt.
said he had some plan that will destroy us all in 3 days.
days, huh? Well, a lot can happen in that time.
Hey, finally, we started to get some of that world back. Not much, but hey, it's something to call home. Hey, we unlocked the secret. We're not playing any of these. Very end of the adventure, we'll play those, but not right now.
Eggman said when the plan is completed, we'll all be wiped out.
I don't like the sound of that. Normally, I just laugh at an Eggman plan. He's already conquered most of the world, so... What's this plan of his?
Hey, I hate to butt in on your important meeting, but we're under attack! Shadow is tearing through our troops. We need reinforcements.
Shadow. The last time I saw him, he was fighting for Eggman.
That doesn't make sense. Why would Shadow help the enemy?
Perhaps he's being controlled by that strange power.
Whatever it is, I'll figure it out.
Let's go pick up a Shadow.
What the heck? A whole army of death egg robots?
Oh no! There's so many of them!
Hurry, Sonic! We can keep them in check, but not for long. That'll work. I'll find Shadow and be back in no time.
This many Death Egg robots? Come on, seriously?
I'm not one to complain, but that's a lot, right? Way more than we can reasonably take on.
Listen up!
Hey, this looks familiar. Man, was I here a couple minutes ago just with my avatar character, perhaps? Like, literally, this is almost stage for stage the same thing as what we had in the avatar level. It's not that different. I will say the music's better, though. Like, I don't mind a lot of the avatar music in this. The lyric songs, they're all pretty good for the most part. Some of them are personal taste, I will give it that. Like, there might be some Avatar level themes you may like more than others. But I do like Sunset Heights. Unfortunately, it's over. So you don't even get to the best part of the song. That's it. We're done. Alright, hi Shadow. You're just kind of chilling here. Okay. Guess he had nothing better to do but to stand here in Sunset Heights for all of eternity? I don't know. Oh, great, more missions. Apparently sliding was a mission. You know, basic concept. So many. Look, if I go offline, the stream dies. So we're forced to sit through the daily missions. Funny how sometimes the results screen is almost half the time you're playing the level. Because of how many things you can get. That's ridiculous.
Chaos control!
Another Shadow? He just disappeared.
That was a fake.
A fake? How?
Yeah, you're comparing myself to me? Yeah, I made him eat those words, am I right? To be fair, I think that's the closest they would have gotten at this time to the faker cutscene line. It's just pointing out that that was a fake and Shadow beating him up.
Virtual reality?
I do a way better job with that in
that
Shadow Generations, to be fair, as a reference.
Replicas. The problem is, they may not be real, but their powers are as formidable as the originals.
So, this line is where we contribute the original idea of Classic Sonic being a construct of the Phantom Ruby, just being another one of those illusions. It would have made a lot more sense because all these other characters being brought back, they're being made up from the Phantom Ruby. But the Classic Sonic would have been that one outlier that wouldn't have been a foe, it would have been a friend. But with him just kind of showing up, that doesn't make as much sense.
According to Rouge, Infinite can create unlimited numbers of them.
So, fight after fight, he can just keep cranking out counterfeits?
Exactly. As it stands, there's no way we can win this.
Of course we can win this. We always do. We just haven't figured that part out yet.
No, stage 3 SOS. I am not going back to a classic. You can keep your SOS. I'm going back to Sunset Heights. Because I want to run through the stage now with Shadow. So, this is a playable character that you get access to if you have the Episode Shadow DLC. And he plays the exact same as Sonic. So, you have the same movesets, he has the boost, homing attack, all that good stuff. It is literally a reskin of Sonic, but this is the first time I can think of at this point we had a playable Shadow since Sonic 06 in a mainline game. So, it's been a while. Even if it is just a reskin of Sonic, it's at least a playable Shadow the Hedgehog, and I actually really do appreciate this. One of the best parts about Sonic Forces is just bringing back a playable Shadow. But I'm mainly running through the stage again with Shadow the Hedgehog because it's really fitting for the ending, specifically. So, when Sonic beats this stage, he encounters Shadow at the end. So what happens when Shadow beats Sunset Heights? Hi, Shadow. I'm Shadow. They didn't even bother changing it. At least in this plot, it makes sense for Shadow to run into another Shadow because there are imposter Shadow the Hedgehogs out there because of the Phantom Ruby. So plot-wise, at least it makes more sense. But it's still goofy. Seeing two of the same character at the end is just kind of weird. Okay, we got all these unlocks. We're gonna take a pit stop in the story now because we unlocked Shadow the Hedgehog. We're gonna play episode Shadow briefly because it will describe some of the internal events or how the story happens and some of the stuff Shadow is doing in between. So this is the best time for us to swap over to episode Shadow. But before we do that, I'm going to take a quick break for myself. Get up and stretch. I recommend people do the same. So, with that said, when we come back, we'll be playing through the episode Shadow portion here of Sonic Forces. Stay tuned, we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back, and we're going to take a small little break from playing the main story to play episode Shadow. Now, this is a piece of downloadable content you can get for Sonic Forces that's roughly about 3 stages long, give or take maybe about 20 minutes of content. It's not really that much, but it does explain more of the story happening here. So, we're going to play some of this now. So, this is how they recommend you playing this. Episode Shadow is a prequel tale. We recommend playing through some of the main sequence before Episode Shadow. Basically, up until the point where you get Shadow the Hedgehog in Sunset Heights. So, once we encounter him there, then you're basically caught up to what Episode Shadow's plot has. So, this takes place 1 month before the Doctor takes over the world. The first time he encounters him. And who's him? We'll find out.
We got a report from the Intelligence Division. They've located an unknown base of operations that seems to be totally outside the chain of command for Eggman's army. There's a large-scale troop presence, suspiciously large for a place with no strategic value.
I can't imagine the Doctor would do something like that without reason.
No kidding. And there's a rumor going around that old rotten Eggman has been developing some kind of new weapon. So...
yeah. Looks like this won't be your garden variety recon mission.
Do it to it, Shadow. Omega went on ahead of you, so you can link up with him on site.
I'm more than enough on my own. I'll handle things my way.
Omega said the same thing. You two go together like chili and hot dogs.
Cut the chatter. I'm on my way.
Yeah, that's definitely a weird line, but alright, Sonic referenced chili dog. He liked chili dogs, don't you know that? Gotta throw those lines in. So, we already heard some of the fan service happening with Shadow, specifically in this game, earlier. One of the cutscenes, we're running Shadow the first time, they play a little snippet of All Hail Shadow. Now, in this world map, we're hearing a remix of the menu theme from Shadow the Hedgehog, the 2005 game. Episode Shadow is full of these kind of remixes. So first things first, we jump into enemy territory, which this is just Sunset Heights. again.
That area is enemy territory.
And this is a remix of Westopolis, but also Radical Highway as well.
E123 Omega here. Extermination proceeding without incident. No problem to report.
Extermination? This is supposed to be a recon mission. You can't go making a big scene.
You should have known better.
Episode Shadow has its own set of collectibles for you to get too. This is just essentially 3 extra stages for you to play, both in terms of story, but then also collectible sake.
Unknown hostile encounter. Rouge, come in. Position coordinates lost. Current location unknown.
Omega, what's going on? Respond!
Oh, I missed my boost trail there. I could have actually hit those bees. I think I have another chance. I couldn't get the red ring. The red ring there's a little obnoxious to get. Oh, I missed my chance again to another bees there. Those will give you some nice little homing attack shortcuts. But they're good to interact with if you can.
Omega, what happened? What's going on over there?
Unidentified system intrusion. Emergency withdrawal. I am E123 Omega, the most powerful.
Yeah, that's what would have happened if I got it correct, but hey, something happened to Omega. There's that. Now we have to figure out what happens to him in the main story. He gets corrupted by something. And every time I ever found those bees, I just keep ignoring them. It really doesn't matter for this section, because it's just a straight line. I will say, that was a better version of Sunset Heights than the one that Sonic goes through in his main story. A lot more challenge to it. Because that's another problem people have with Sonic Forces. It's not just too short, it's too easy, too.
The world's most powerful robot is no more a challenge than crab meat. As I suspected, this power is without peer. It is the ultimate strength. Ah, and still more wonderful. A not-so-tall, dark, and brooding guest has arrived. I've been waiting for you, Shadow.
Tell me what you did to Omega.
Weaklings like him are of no consequence. Come now, Shadow. Our long-awaited reunion, and still you spout such nonsense.
I don't know.
You could have just said I found the off
consequence around here is that big mouthy.
Because he's not working right now. Omega's just unavailable.
Oh, I suppose you would think so. Oh, yes. I am infinite. You say you do not know me, and yet I remember you so very well. To you, it was simply another in a long list of Eggman bases you tore down without a second thought.
Now, a couple of months ago... Get point? Back to the hub. What was the point of that? What was the point in that little cutscene, quote unquote? Yes, that's a cutscene, because if you're playing the PlayStation 4 version, it lets you know, because you can't record that. That was the most pointless fade out. Well, now we get to go to stage 2 here. Mystic Jungle. This is a remix of White Forest from Sonic Adventure 2. Another callback to a classic Shadow Adventure, I guess. Almost said a classic Sonic Adventure. I guess I'm not too far off. Sonic doesn't go through White Forest. Unless you cheat.
And he still totally wrecked the defense squad. Shadow.
Should have hired some defense squads for the defense squad. Hey, Doctor.
Unbelievable. He's getting deeper and deeper into the facility. That computer running analysis in the core is invaluable. One of you idiots, stop that hedgehog now!
I love getting a red ring in front of another red ring. So what was the point? Stages are a little too small, so they have to kind of put these right next to each other. Not much of a choice.
At least the analysis of the stone was completed yesterday. But no, I still can't let this...
So this is basically the same stage as we played with the Avatar. Okay, I guess we're going backwards now. Let's go forwards instead. That was a nice shortcut. That almost killed me. This tunnel's really, really long. That's why I didn't want to go to this one, but unfortunately I fell to it. And that's it. Most of the stage, you're just riding the water, which is the same as what the Avatar played. Sunset Heights was a good transformation compared to what Sonic goes through, but this stage is the same as the Avatars. Let me sign up for this one, because it's really hard to hear it. But this theme is a remix of another song from Sonic Adventure 2.
Your squad was useless. Come clean up their mess already.
Yeah, I got it. You destroyed my squad. I'll show you why they call me the ultimate mercenary. Take this! What?
Worthless. Don't show your pathetic face around me ever again.
So that song you just heard was a remix of the cutscene music. Anytime that Sonic and Shadow interact in the beginning. Can't remember the theme off the top of my head. But then it also transitions to Infinite's theme here. Because this is the backstory of Infinite.
Calling me weak? No, I am not weak. I'm not weak. I am not weak. That day, I gave up my own unsightly face. I let go of the old me, the one that was so weak, so that I could become stronger. And then, at last, I obtained the power to make all yield to my will. I was reborn!
The whole reason why Infinite is a villain to us, because he gets beaten up by Shadow, called weak, and then he goes, "I'm not weak!" And that's the whole plot. It's literally like a temper tantrum, because he just does not like being called weak. He goes on a rampage. That's the backstory for this character. It's really not much. It's kind of basic.
It simply means that the
I feel like we might got more backstory if this game had more of a script. But unfortunately, we got what we got.
I'm nothing more than an insect, waiting to be crushed underfoot. Thanks to this limitless power I have obtained, I have become unstoppable. Take this!
I'm sorry, your sound got cut off. What happened? Alright, final stage. Yeah, we're already done. Stage 3, final one. It's Green Hill. And this is a remix of Supporting Me.
Shadow, do you read me?
This one actually has lyrics, so it's already a lot better than the one that was in Shadow Generations to a lot of people. Which is kind of weird that one doesn't have lyrics in hindsight. I think one of the trailer versions of Supporting Me had it. But I don't know why the in-game version doesn't have lyrics.
He was destroyed 3 months ago, remember? Get it together.
Okay, I guess I'll fall then.
Shadow?
I like how I'm in the beginning of the stage, but I still have like 24 seconds under my belt. There's no point.
Shadow? Shadow, do you read me?
Where am I? That guy. What happened to Infinite?
Huh? What are you mumbling about, Shadow? You okay? Anybody home? We're going to pick up Omega. He was destroyed 3 months ago, remember? Get it together.
This entire stage is 2D, so it shouldn't be that bad to control. I could use the D-pad just for this entire stage. Fun fact, the PC version of this game doesn't have native D-pad support and analog support at the same time. It's one or the other. Kind of started the trend of Sonic games on PC doing that crap. And since this game does a lot of 2D and 3D stuff, I prefer having 3D on a joystick and 2D on a D-pad. That's just how I play. So I have to use custom button mapping inside of Steam. Console versions don't have this problem. Like at all.
There's no sign of him here.
Sure seems that way. Probably because it never really happened.
What? Affirmative. I have never known to be defeated.
Omega?
I am not defeated. I am not weak. I am not weak. I am not weak. I am not weak. I am not weak.
What is this? My head.
I feel like we literally were in this level structure like a minute ago. And even wait to recycle something. Oh wow, let's first try. That whole section is kind of a mess to go through if I don't just damage boost, but hey, I made it. And that's it for episode Shadow. 3 stages, some backstory about Infinite, and that's all she wrote.
Where? I'm back here. No. Is this an illusion?
This is reality, Shadow. Your reality. I didn't expect to see you come back alive, but you must admit, it was a truly wonderful show, wasn't it? This power, before we've even tuned it, just as I thought, it is unrivaled. Not even Sonic will be able to stand against me now.
In this sense, it's really weird for Infinite to even turn to like, oh yeah, Sonic, I can beat him up. Because he never interacted with Sonic up to this point. Infinite's all of a sudden like, wait, I beat Shadow. How about that Sonic guy?
Sonic?
It's kind of random.
What are you plotting? What is this? Stop! Where do you think you're going, Infinite?
It would be more impactful to know he's going somewhere if we can actually see what he's doing, instead of just seeing talking heads. That kind of feels hollow.
Shadow? Shadow! Finally, the connection's back. What are you doing?
Rouge?
Forget it. Get away from there as soon as you can. There are explosions going off all over. The facility's about to collapse.
Withdrawing now. What's the meaning of all this?
And then this is the rest of the plot we get. White text on a black background. No cutscene. And that's how it ends.
Are you telling me the truth?
Nice cutscene.
What's the point of lying about it? Eggman got a beat on Sonic and mounted a massive assault. I mean, sure, A for effort, but it's nothing to worry about. We've got the advantage now. Sonic is there too, so I don't think it's a big enough deal for you to head out.
Not even Sonic will be able to stand against me now.
I can't imagine the Doctor would do something like that without...
Shadow, this is not good. Hurry, get over there.
What is it, Rouge? What happened?
Let's watch this beginning cutscene again from, what, 10 minutes in?
Is everyone okay?
We are, thanks to you. Cutting it kind of close, though, pal.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I roll. Okay, let's finish this, Eggman.
It will be your finish, Sonic. Behold the power of my ultimate masterpiece!
Huh? Shadow, it's you? Zavok!
It is weird in hindsight they play this cutscene for beta
Chaos!
in the DLC storyline when there's no point to play it verbatim like this. They could have used a more trimmed up version. Just do like a supercut of Infinite just beating the crap out of Sonic. That would have worked.
Sonic.
But it's literally 1-to-1 the cutscene we saw like, what, 2 hours ago?
It's something else. Gotta scan him and figure this out.
What are you? How are you doing? Go!
Nice.
Tails, I need to know what's going on with this guy.
I'm trying, Sonic, but these readings are all messed up. They don't make any
Like we would like to know as the viewer and person playing the game as well what's going on with Infinite, but they don't have much. This storyline we just finished playing is the most backstory we'll get for Infinite in this whole game. He's not weak. That is his whole character arc, which is a little shallow. And that's it. That's it. At this point, the game's just like, hey, you did it. Go back to the main thing. You're done here. There's nothing left. There's no point. Get out. My sequence of events might be slightly weirder because I do technically have a real save file still on my computer for Sonic Forces that's 100% or close to 100% complete, I would say. I don't know. It beat the main game and a lot of the extra levels. So, it might be conflicting there because I'm technically using a mod for... forgot about the face. I'm using a modded save just to redo this to keep my own.
They're probably staging somewhere else as part of Eggman's plan. This could be our only chance to take the city.
Exactly. That's why we're focusing on a full frontal assault on Metropolis. I'm calling it Operation Big Wave.
Who cares what it's called? What's important is to have a well-thought-out strategy.
I thought up this strategy in about a minute and a half. We're going in hard and fast. We're not gonna stop till Eggman's army is destroyed. Sonic is busy fighting Shadow, but the rest of us can do this. We've got the strength and the spirit to win. There's no finer group that I'd want to fight with.
Ha! Great speech! Let's give Eggman an old-fashioned beatdown.
They have more in sheer numbers, so the idea of a quick, focused attack isn't bad. We also have Sonic. I mean the other Sonic, so I have no doubt we can do this. Also, if we can destroy the Phantom Ruby, we should be able to send the other Sonic home. At least I hope so. This is all new territory for me.
Look, we don't know anything about this Phantom Ruby. It just exists, man.
HQ. Time to save the world, people.
Like, I wish they explained how it even got here, because it just showed up one day. So it's presumed because of how the story goes in Sonic Mania, because that's where the Phantom Ruby originates from, that's how classic Sonic gets pulled here, but the Phantom Ruby just shows up there too. And I believe it's because of stuff here in this world where it got sent over. I don't remember the full story of this, so I'm probably getting a lot of details wrong. I apologize. It's just very, very confusing. The plot premise of the Phantom Ruby as a whole is just kind of there. I think I'll use this one because I want to use Void. So this rental avatar would do. This will be my only chance to probably use Void anyways.
All right, time for Operation Big Wave. We'll surge forward and sweep the enemy away.
Oh, absurd. What can that rattle do?
I don't even know if it's possible to miss that red ring.
I'll smash them to smithereens.
So this is Void. Kinda sucks. It has this big engulfing attack, but the problem is you have to wait for the attack to be done to shoot another Void bullet. It takes a very long time for it to wear off, which is not great. I think this and Cube are my two least favorite ones to use. These Wispins are not the most practical.
Our troops are scattering in the confusion. This is bad. Our forces were all gathered together, and now they're punched into chaos.
Also the power. I forgot how weird this was to use too. I literally just disappear and then I teleport wherever I'm holding. It's not the most intuitive power. It's very confusing to use.
This is Eagle Squad. We're caught in enemy crossfire. Snake Squad requesting reinforcements.
The nice sidestep. Oh, I worked once and then I just had a delay to it, so I hit the wall. It's fun.
Flip of the Phantom Ruby switch and everything falls apart on us.
The rookie is our only hope now. We can't go on like this.
As much as it pains me to say it, the best we can do now is to live to fight another day.
Did they all? Oh, are you kidding me? I picked up literally every burst wisp. That's not good, because I wanted to get this one, and I can't now. Wait. Maybe? No, it's too high. Ah, man, I was really hoping because I could have took the top path. You know what? Hang on. Maybe I can still get this red ring because it's right there. I want all the red rings. Yeah, there you go. Alright, we've MacGyvered it. This is the only stage I'll probably get all the red rings because these are pretty easy. Dude, I even have like a speed perk on this guy. He still feels so slow. It's more of like top speed going up. I kind of wish I had the stomp ability. The stomp one's really good. Where as soon as you stomp, you get a boost of momentum. That's probably one of the best abilities to have on the Wispin. Here comes all the power, all my rewards. The power of daily missions. Oh, I just found us a fast forward on it, essentially. I'm waiting for it. Okay, I now play Flying Pod. Neat. Well, I'll show it next time it happens, but if you hold down A, the prompts pop up faster. It's not that much of a savings, but it's better than what we were going through. There's that extra stage. We're not doing that. Let's go over to the avatar room. I'm gonna keep the power. Just gonna change my outfit. As much as I like the mask, I think there's only so much we can do for calling back to the old style. I'm not gonna go with the alternative of it either. I'm gonna wear this. I like the little face mask on the side. Unfortunately, I can't wear glasses with it, so one or the other. Okay, I can at least wear lower headpiece pieces. Now I gotta wear Crocs now because it just looks so cursed. Keep the cape. It's just now purple. I don't really like a lot of the bodysuits in this. Like, yeah, that's why. It just makes your character look really weird. Not a fan of the bodysuits. So if I pick one, I'll pick one that's like this. So I'll save this in my closet. And we're good. Oh, an SOS back there? Back at Death Egg? I'm not going back to Death Egg. I'm good. I'll take a rental just to have an extra thing. I wish there was more variety in some of the characters, but again, a lot of these are probably hacked. I want to drill, so I will reuse this one. We've used this character earlier. Drill for this boss fight makes things pretty simple, if I remember correctly.
More ants to crush. I wonder if this world can offer me a real challenge. Huh? And as if to answer, the world sends me a trembling child. I'm going to fight and die here, or run away in fear again.
Hey, don't be scared. This is your moment to shine. Keep going. Don't let your fear own you.
Fine. I will teach you fear, then pain, and then, well, at least the fear and pain will end.
Alright, it's the second boss fight against Infinite. Spoilers, there are 3 of them in this game, so we're already fighting our second one.
The strong always vanquish the weak. You have only
Anytime you touch any of the stuff around you here that Infinite spawns, you get into a fever dream state like this, so you don't want to touch any of his Infinite stuff. Just gonna wait for him to come down to me. No dimensional blocks, please. Oh, that even counts. I didn't even realize that was a dimensional rift. Thankfully, you can't get hurt if you're just charging your Wisp the whole time. Which kind of makes this a little bit of a joke, too. So anytime I'm found out like this, I can just stay in the corner and charge my Wispin, and it won't matter. Like, this boss fight's pretty easy. Just gotta wait for him to do anything.
Fear is a spark of defiance. And those eyes, I feel like
Alright, well, I'm caught. I guess I do this again. Just charge it up. Ruin out a threat. Like, if you're fast in this fight, I think you can beat in under a minute. I'm not sure how to do it, because I've only played this game really full once.
I underestimated just how desperately the fiend cling to life.
How'd I get it? Can I leave now? Thank you. Alright, this time I'm gonna hold the button with all the unlocks, and as you can see, everything just piles in faster. So, not a skip for getting all the unlocks, but at least it gets through the menu faster.
I remember you. You ran from me before. You survived then.
And this is ironic, as I fought him without my avatar. It's like, oh wait, you ran again, I see. Stop running away, child.
What? How is this possible? It can't be. How did you?
Yeah, joke's on you. You kind of dropped a piece of your Phantom Ruby, so now we have the same power. Oh, kind of. We really only have the power to avoid a lot of infinite solutions. We can't make our own. Yeah, Infinite's theme is a good boss battle theme. One of the better ones in the game. So I agree there.
Things were going well with Operation Big Wave. But then everything fizzled out when that Phantom Ruby kicked in.
That fake shadow was created using the Phantom Ruby's power, right? Even if it's a virtual reality projection, it's as strong as the real shadow.
Rouge, have you found the intel I was looking for?
No, not yet. But I have reports that Eggman's database is located at the chemical plant. If we can check that out, we might find something there.
That sounds like a promising lead. We have to figure out the secret behind Infinite's power and virtual reality. Tails, can you handle this?
Got it. I'll take Sonic, I mean the other Sonic, with me and head to the chemical plant.
Alright, sure. I mean, the other Sonic is being babysit by Tails pretty much this whole time. Alright, here's the most infamous thing for classic Sonic everyone knows of in this game. The momentum sequence. I'm honestly surprised at how well that worked here. But it's probably because I spin dash. If I just roll down this hill, it won't work. Everyone's always like, how does that work when you roll? Oh, it's still actually a decent amount of momentum. Yeah, man, people kind of use a bad exaggeration. It still sucks. As we can see, it still sucks. Not as good as it was in older games, but it's on par with Sonic Generations in some areas. It's just the control is so stiff. I'm holding right the whole time, he still plummets like a rock. I don't think I've ever made that top little shortcut for that reason alone. It's because of the control, nothing to do with the momentum. It's just the control being very stiff. But that whole thing could have skipped 15 seconds. Okay. Let me up! I just want to be up here. Thank you. Jeez, when you thought he was stiff before, go in the water, it gets worse.
Best to play it safe here.
I will say it. It feels okay enough when you use the drop dash with classic Sonic in this. It's one of the better forms of momentum. But it's still not, okay, what is this? That's just classic Sonic jank there. It's still not as good as just using a normal spin dash. I still think the best interpretation of the drop dash has been in the game it was introduced. The drop dash in almost every other Sonic game has been kind of hit or miss on how well it feels. Like in this game, it kind of feels a little heavy. In Sonic Origins, it depends on the game, but for the most part, it feels okay. It feels a little bit better, I think, in Sonic 3 compared to the other games. I can't remember 100%. It feels basically the same as it does in this game as it does in Sonic Generations with the remake. And then Sonic Frontiers feels fine. It's just, I think it's a little much in some areas. Also, the modern version of Generations drop dash, I don't really like. I think it's way too fast. Like, it depends on the game. Drop dash has always kind of been like this roller coaster of quality. It still has not beaten its original version in Mania, sadly.
This is where the database is.
Closest comes with the Origin stuff.
Hold on a sec while I access the data from this computer. Okay, failed battle plans, robot designs. Wow, he's got like 10 terabytes of selfies. So where does he keep that?
Tails, you better not look in the folder that's marked. Definitely not the worst images of mankind. And it's just, you know, the OCs you don't want to see.
Found it.
Don't look in that folder.
Virtual reality weapon, the Phantom Ruby. A weapon that takes control of people's visual and depth perception to feed false information to the brain, creating a new reality for them. Like a dream so real, if you bump yourself in it, your sleeping self will bruise? It's hard to believe. Eggman experimented with lots of prototypes, and then incorporated the final version into Infinite. If I'm reading this data correctly, then there might be a weakness. This is huge! Let's get this information back to the others.
Oh. SOS back there in that stage. I'm not gonna bother.
Sitting on the bench. There's nothing to do till Tails gets back.
Way to jinx it! Metal Sonic has been spotted in the city!
Is it another fake?
Why would they bother making a fake out of something that already isn't real? Couldn't they just build more?
You know, I think this is a very, very good question, Sonic. Why would they bother making a fake out of something that isn't real? AKA, why is there a Metal Sonic clone? That seems redundant. Just send out Metal Sonic. Make more of them. Why is it needing to be created from the Phantom Ruby?
Way, it's getting wrecked. Let's go, partner.
Now, the reason why is because it's stronger. That's why. It's comical when you think about it, and I agree with that sentiment from Sonic. Like, yeah, why? Okay, none of these rentals are really that great. Is there any Wispin I haven't used? Not from these, so it doesn't matter which one I would have picked. I'm just looking at their abilities now for this reason. Because that would be more impactful than anything else. I wish I had a drill one here. I think you get drill after this, which is kind of the unfortunate timing. So I'm gonna go with the cat because they have the burst of speed from a stomp. That's a really useful ability, even though it's basically the same powers I have. It's the extra piece of it I want.
Watch out! Metal Sonic
This song here is so good, by the way. I love the theme of the stage. It's so good. And it's gone. Why? Why taunt us for 6 seconds with good music? It's so dumb. Mind you, that 6-second song we heard, there's way more than 6 seconds of it in the game. We'll hear it later. It's in an extra stage. It's a crime, though, that you only hear about 6 seconds of it in this level. That piano riff is so good, and it's gone.
These things keep rampaging around the city.
Okay, here, you get another 5 seconds, and then that's it. Now, Stardust Speedway. But it's the US version. So at least they're not using the classic one again that they keep on using, the Japan one. Everyone knows that version well, but also, can we not? We've heard it too many times, so I'm glad they used a different song here. It just, can we not replace the good music with more music? Also, these red rings are stupid. I hate these red rings. The boss red rings are terrible. That's why I wish I had a drill wisp. Alright, just another set of hits, and I think the boss is done. I'm not going to boost here, because Meadow's going to do another one of those attack wall sections, I think. Oh no, he's doing this instead. And now he's doing the wall thing. Never mind. I'm waiting for him to just unleash his robots, and then I can attack. There it is. And this one, we aren't double boosting. I'm just going to hold it here. This is a forced double boost, but if you don't do the command, it wastes no time. So let him have it. That's it for Metal Sonic. We'll have to deal with him again. At the real center of the stage, you only hear about 12 seconds tops of the Red Gate Bridges theme. You hear none of it, and it's so good. That's a crime.
Hey, that was great! We're like a well-oiled machine. Fighting a well-oiled machine. Huh?
And there's more of the world back. We're doing it piece by piece. Another secret stage. I'm good. I'm gonna go to stage 20 now.
Got it, Sonic. I figured out a way to stop Eggman's Phantom Ruby.
Great work, Tails.
Based on these readings, the Phantom Ruby requires an incredible amount of energy, which only the Death Egg can provide. We simply stop the energy transfer, and boom! The Phantom Ruby is practically useless.
Simply? Last I checked, the Death Egg is a heavily fortified, well, Death Egg.
True, but I came up with a plan. First, we distract Eggman. While he's not paying attention, we use the chemical plant computer to hack into the Death Egg's weapon systems and shut it down. With no weapons, destroying the Death Egg will be a piece of cake. No Death Egg means the Phantom Ruby is nearly useless.
Well, you know, it's just crazy enough to work. So, first we need a distraction. I'm on it.
No way, Knuckles. You're too easily distracted. That's not a good trait for a distraction. Plus, you're our commander. We kinda need you here.
How about the rookie? Eggman would never expect it. It may even throw him off a little.
Good idea. You got your orders, rookie. We only have one more day before Eggman's plan is executed. So let's hustle.
Man, that day was fast. This game is only 4 hours or something. Alright, I'm taking my Wisp and change. We're gonna use Drill. That's it. That's all we're doing. I just want Drill. Got the best one in the game in terms of running through these stages fast. Anytime I want to use the other ones, it's the rentals. We haven't used Cube, I think, yet, so I'll grab a Cube. We'll take this one with us. Mainly gonna want to use my Drill, because this stage is a really good demonstration of Drill.
Unidentified heat source detected. Requesting analysis.
Hang on! It's a multi-legged battle mech. The energy readings are off the charts.
So Eggman had another weapon up his sleeve.
So it's not just good to speedrun through the stage because it's real OP. No, it's also good to use this Wisp because you actually have the power too. But here's Cube. It makes the enemies into cubes. That's it. It's neat, but the power is a little more useful than that. And even then, the actual Wisp power isn't that great because it just makes some platforms. Alright, well that's the stage. It was only just a minute of gameplay, and now it's just gonna be a little bit of a chase sequence to end it. Drill kind of destroys this stage, like most stages.
We can't let this thing get to the chemical plant. Keep it busy there as long as you can, rookie.
There we go, we're done. Now we'll just tie this thing up with a lasso. And that's this giant spider. Pretty easy. All we gotta do is tie up his legs. Not much of a challenge there, Eggman. It's kind of a shame that half of the stage you just play normally, and then the other half is just a chase sequence that takes forever to complete. Kind of feels like a loss of its substance near the end. Now we got some more missions. Hold that button. Somehow taking down a giant spider crab thing gives us more of the world back. Okay, you know what? Sure. That's how big of a distraction we were. Another secret stage. Continuing on. Now time for modern chemical plant.
Doing with the distraction?
So far, so good. We might have to stop using the nickname Rookie if the kid keeps this up.
Next, we've got to get to the computers at the chemical plant and shut down the Death Egg's weapon system.
Perfect. I've been waiting for my turn to bust some heads.
The Rookie did a great job as a decoy. Time for you to do your thing. We have to capture the chemical plant. If anyone tries to stop you, take them out.
Say no more. They won't know what hit them.
I like the outside look of this chemical plant. We saw this with the Avatar as well, but it's this nice icy tundra look because of the snow. I appreciate the look of this. You have to appreciate it for as long as you can because we're going to go into the actual chemical part of the chemical plant soon. The theme out here is also really good as well. Unfortunately, we're not going to hear for much longer.
I'm heading into the chemical plant now. I'd enjoy this even more if I wasn't on a mission. Okay, I'm in.
The computer room is up ahead. You should be able to shut down the Death Egg's defense system from there.
I'll wait for this goop. That will weigh me down. Makes you go really slow when you're in the goop, but it's really bad on a jump, because it will push you into the pits. Oh, red ring, might as well. That's the final one. Gee, I wonder we're near the end of the stage or something. There we go, we found the computer room. Vector would be proud. Some of these missions are so bare bones too. Like, that one's just use homing attack on a stage. Like, yeah, you're kind of forced to do that to do anything. Or get an S rank. Use the slide. Boost. Like, some of these missions really do feel like they're having to scramble for ideas. Like, wait, whoa. We have to add missions? Oh, no, I have no idea what to do. A bare bone mission type. Boom. That's how we make some missions. Most basic design.
The Death Egg's weapon systems are down. Now's your chance. Move!
Hurry! Just destroy the Death Egg and cut off the power supply.
You're making it sound like a walk in the park. This is a Death Egg!
Don't sweat it. The other Sonic has this under control.
Alright, let's go to stage 22. It's Death Egg. Also called Death Egg. Some of the stages just flat out do that too, which is kind of weird.
Probably switched over to auxiliary power. Not to worry. Sonic is on the job. He'll find a way through.
The music here is so twangy, man. I really hope you like that Genesis twang. Like, honestly, I think the problem with a lot of the songs in this is just they're a little too high-pitched for classic stages. Because some of the more high-pitched instruments they use for this kind of hurt your head after a while. At least that's how I feel. Kind of like grains on your ears. Okay, don't know why I got sent in the air. That's fun.
This is the pits. It's messing with my head.
Just stay calm.
And it also messes with your controls too, because I get spin dash easily now. Gotta hold up the face down. Well, well, so much for going fast, huh? Now we're going really slow. We went backwards. See, something like that would work easily. Any classic Sonic style stages? Not here. Can't do a little spin dash jump here. What are you talking about? Nice touch though, is this is more of a nice little throwback stage specifically to Sonic and Knuckles, because this is very much like the Death Egg from that game. Like almost every single stage hazard has been basically ripped from Sonic and Knuckles. Dude, I want to get up. I want to get up! I had the stun lock to a crush. That's a first. I didn't even know you can get stun locked down there.
Pretty smooth. Don't get too cocky and fall.
Hey, it's Sonic we're talking about here.
That's why we're saying that. Because look what he just did. He's an idiot.
Pretty smooth. Don't get too cocky and fall.
Okay, didn't know that was that easy. Just hold right and boom, you apparently fall into the little shortcut area. How do you even mean to fall into it that easily? It's gonna take an intentional hit and then go through the area. Just made this too easy. It's like, look, man, we know you struggle. Just get out of here. I think it's like the only mandatory loop section you have to take in this stage, because I don't see any way around this. I think it's the last one.
All right. The Death Egg is starting to crumble.
3 points. What was the point on that? I'm at the end of the stage. Why? Like I have free point farming to get an S rank. If you didn't have it by now, we made sure you did by the end. Since you keep your score when you die in this game compared to a lot of other Sonic games, that's why it's so easy to get S's in this. You can die literally in front of the checkpoint before the ending, and still get an S rank. You're fine.
almost nothing. That's right.
Those resistance pests and their clever little plots. They're like something on your shoe that you can't wipe off.
It appears they've taken our legs right out from under us. Quite impressive, really.
I don't have legs. Neither do you, dude.
Don't remind me, dude.
5 more hours before the plan is executed. Infinite, let's make a tactical retreat so that we can remobilize our forces.
And by tactical retreat, you mean to say, flee with our tails between our legs. I'm quite displeased about this, Doctor.
Shut up and just follow me!
What? Wait!
Now this scene kind of sets up for something that doesn't happen. The setup here really feels like this is when Infinite and Eggman are starting to butt heads, to a point where Infinite could just betray Eggman and do his own thing. That doesn't really happen. But that cutscene makes it sound like it could.
Mission accomplished. The Phantom Ruby signal has gotten much weaker.
This should effectively put a stop to the Doctor's greatest weapon.
The Sonics have made an opening for us. We can't just let that go to waste.
This is the moment we've been waiting for. Time to settle the score.
Now that the Phantom Ruby is out of the way, we can finally smash Eggman into an omelet.
Hey, don't count your chickens before you smash your eggs.
Rouge is right. The fact that Eggman and Infinite are still around means we can't let our guard down.
I just want everyone to get home safely, okay?
All right, fine. Everyone get your game face on. The target is Eggman at the central tower.
Alright, let's go. This is honestly one of my favorite stages back in the day playing this. Metropolis Highway is a really fun stage to run through.
Just focus on the task ahead no matter what. Let's do this, everyone. Charge!
Doesn't have a lot of the stage though, it's just kind of boost the win. But I do think it's one of the better boost stages in this game.
We'll provide as much cover as we can.
All right, chasing Eggman is what I do best. I'll track him down in no time.
Did we? I didn't even know where I was going. No, I'm gonna take the top route on this.
Don't stop, don't look back. Just focus on the task ahead no matter what. Let's do this, everyone. Charge!
Oh, I forgot when you try to jump off a grinding section when you're already doing the loop arounds, it doesn't let you. It just kind of locks you in, which is very goofy.
We win. Find out where he's at, Sonic.
We'll provide as much cover as we can.
All right, chasing Eggman is what I do best. I'll track him down in no time.
This, I do think, is one of the stages that really do suffer not having a boost, or not a drift button. I'm sorry, I'm taking a boost because I'm going to do this. I want to take this top path because this is one of the rare times where the boost stages have an alternative path for Sonic to take. It's rare that they do this kind of crap. So let me do this first and I'll talk about what I was talking about. Okay. Okay, well, no, I'll talk about it now because it already screwed me. This game doesn't have a drift, and it feels like this boost game needed a drift. These stages are still built around the idea of the sharp turning. So without a drift, it just feels really, really annoying to go around a corner without just letting go of the boost button. Like, there are some turns here, you just let go of boost and you're fine. But if you boost, you will just plummet off the side, which is really dumb. Yeah, that's that little shortcut you save every 2 seconds, I think. Took me about 30 to get to it, but you get the idea. I can really tell I haven't played this game in a long time because I'm not really sure of what to do movement-wise. Again, the boost to the double jump is why I hate the most in this. You can't double jump out of a boost. You have to let go, which is really weird for your momentum on this. After coming off of Shadow Generations, that control is way better than this. And I think I'm still used to using a double jump out of a boost. That's really throwing me off. Okay. That's how you have to do a double jump boost in this, and it's really awkward. Let go of it, and then jump like a second later. Did not go through this one? Okay, that is a solid fall. Yeah, this section I remember, if you don't let go of your boost, you might fall off, which is really bad. Okay, maybe I remember this being a stage I liked only because of the beginning, because now I'm seeing problems with it all over the place. Because the biggest problem I have with this game, for the boost form specifically, is the control is just so loose. Like, you barely can move, but then when Sonic goes, he goes. It's so weird. Oh boy, it's that stage. Oh yeah. This is probably the most disappointing thing for the plot. This specific stage. Before we go in though, I'll use this time that ad's going. Customize my avatar a little bit more. I'm gonna want to change things up a little bit. Give him a smooth hat. Any like cool glasses I can give. I'd probably keep everything else. Oh, I can do this so I don't have to look at the bad plot. You know what? I will. This will mask me from the bad plot. I'll keep everything else because I kind of like this look. While we're here, might as well grab a rental too. If anything, I might go with a lightning whisk this time. There's a lot of drills in this. I wish I had before. I'll go, I think, with this one. I like this guy's costume. Alright, so null space.
Welcome, Sonic.
This stage is probably the most 180'd plot idea in the entire script.
What is that?
You'll see when it happens.
That, my spiky little predator, is null space.
Null space?
It's a little something that the Phantom Ruby cooked up. A closed-off space where absolutely nothing exists. Goodbye, Sonic, my soon-to-be eradicated nemesis. Enjoy all the nothing.
Whoa! Buddy, don't! You'll be sucked in too!
But we destroyed the Phantom Ruby's power source.
Tisk tisk. Since you always destroy the power source of my weapons, I decided to learn from my mistakes. I had a backup power source created under Metropolis.
Oops! Didn't think he had a battery now, did you, Tails? Of course you'd have a backup power source.
This isn't where we were meant to end up. Let's head back. Everyone's waiting for us.
So here's the most 180 idea of the entire game. Null space. This area is a whole bunch of nothing. You get put in here, and then within 15 seconds, you are no longer in null space and you're back in Metropolis. What is the point? There's no reason for you to get sent there. You literally are there for 15 seconds. Why? Null space is definitely one of those side effects of the plot, just having next to like no content to it. So the fact that you can just get sent straight out of null space right in the very beginning here, it makes that section just worthless. And what sucks is that that's a cool area that could have worked really well for a interesting kind of level design, but that's it. That's all you see. It's just a stretch of road. There's nothing to that area at all. It's just there. And it sucks, because again, interesting idea on paper, execution, there is none. And that is definitely, I feel, a side effect of just the script being changed so much. and a lot of things just being left on the cutting room floor.
Things under control soon. You're gonna miss out on fun if you don't hurry, Sonic.
At least the stage theme here is really good, because it's the full thing of Fist Bump. Also, it's one of the most wide open stages of the entire game. There's so many different paths you can take here. It's ridiculous. The game needed more levels like this in terms of its structure. It's just, I really wish the null space part had more structure than just linear hallway you're out of in 15 seconds. Hey, that's the stage. We're done. Get me out of here. I really wish that null space had more. Now, that's more of a side effect, I believe, of how the plot was being changed for what was happening with Sonic, because originally they just wanted to flat out kill the Hedgehog again, but that didn't happen. So instead of killing Sonic, let's just send him to a Void of Nothing. But the Void of Nothing had no substance to it. You could have literally cut out the part about null space, and this entire section of the plot wouldn't have any lasting impact. You would miss nothing.
Boss? It can't be. It's impossible.
See, within 10 minutes, we get sent to null space, we're back from null space, and we're here in front of Eggman. It's like, what? What was the point? Why did I do that?
Something you wouldn't
I wasted
understand.
time.
You don't have any friends.
This changes nothing. Dr. Eggman will still have the last laugh.
Maybe he'd have more friends if he didn't talk about himself in the third person.
Well, for a whole lot of nothing, quite literally, we got more of the world back in our control. Now, mind you, this doesn't really matter in the grand scheme. That just tells you how far along you are in the plot. As you can tell, we're almost near 100% of the land being taken over, so we're getting near the end of the actual game. Not much left.
Eggman's plan goes down.
There's no more time. We have to break into the fortress now.
Indeed, this is it. Our last opportunity to bring peace back into the world.
But when the battle ends, we'll have to part with Sonic. I mean, this Sonic, won't we?
Yes. If the Phantom Ruby is gone, I guess he'll be returned to his dimension.
Thank you for everything, Sonic. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Save the sentiments for later. This is not over yet. We still have a battle to fight.
Exactly. This is our last chance. Give it everything you've got.
Alright, give me another rental to take in. This one I might want to burst, just for flying around the level. Jeez, this one's definitely a custom art character. That's a lot. And then we got Maid. That one's kind of expected an anime plot. I'm gonna go with this one. This avatar looks pretty good. It's the cat again. We've used the cat before. Hey, look, it's all those Phantom constructs we saw before. It's just a bajillion of the same ones. Now you can tell they get multiplied. This cutscene, though, you probably don't notice it at home because of the stream's compression. But as I'm watching this cutscene looks horribly compressed. I'm seeing a lot of artifacting, a lot of blocks. It's not a pretty looking scene on my screen here. Like, graphically speaking, this does look nice, but it's like, dude, what? They compressed the heck out of this just to fit it on, I guess, a Switch cart, and by extension, the rest of the platforms.
I trust you're all ready for a
Reminds me of the same compression you use for, like, the Sonic Lost World cutscenes on Wii U and the Sonic Generation stuff on Xbox and PC. Also, Omega's back. Hi.
What? Who dares? Target reconfirmed. Extermination mode initiated. Payback inevitable.
Omega, you've joined us? Awesome.
Is there no end to this annoying insect? I will burn your resistance to ashes, and you along with it.
just a special effect, right?
No, it's not. While we're under the Phantom Ruby's control, it's a part of our reality.
I feel like Infinite just saw the amount of bloom added to the HD version of Wind Waker. It's like, I will do that too! Because the bloom in this scene is aggressively strong.
Boom. The end. Your pathetic lives are over.
You can tell we're out of the pre-render cutscene now because things don't look as blocky.
Phantom Ruby prototypes. Let me see. Whoa, it is. He said the Phantom Ruby prototypes only react to the person who activated it. That must be you, buddy. Your courage and heroism are probably what triggered it. Just maybe, if you use this, it can make that sun disappear.
Eh, might as well try. Not like I got anything better to do.
Made it so far. We're so close. This is truly world-shattering.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Here comes that question again of what wisp power am I using, everybody? Because it's nothing but burst. Also, this is like the only stage I think in the entire game you can do a wall jump with the avatar. So I hope you know how to do that from the other Sonic games that have wall jumping, because it kind of just comes out of left field here.
Give it up, rookie! Fall back!
Okay. Yeah, drill through the abyss. Stage is kind of awkward if I'm trying to run through as fast as I am like this, so it's kind of my fault. Wall jump! Like, the wall jump in this is very finicky. You can see why they only really used it for certain sections.
It's all up to the rookie now.
Chances of success are minuscule. It's a desperate long shot. Please.
Yeah, please stop failing, buddy. I kind of want to get a move on. What'd I say? Stop. Let me swap to the burst. Make that easier. We'll just fly.
You think you can stop the sun? You'll burn up like a moth thrown to a flame. It's over.
You're a real soldier now, rookie. You can do this.
I really wish I coated the walls with the sections you can do the wall jump in, because it's basically the same as Sonic Generations wall jumping. Only certain sections of the wall you can interact with, not all of them. So when you get to a wall, you smack onto it and fall down, and then you jump higher, and then you start wall jumping. You get confused of like, wait, where's the radius for this wall jump again? It's not clear enough. So it's either make all the wall jumpable, or don't make it wall jumpable at all and give us like a graphic or something. Either do it the Generation style or the Unleashed style. Don't do this weird, we did the Sonic Generation style, we just remove the piece of the graphic that tells you the wall jump.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Buddy?
The sun! It's gone!
What? What just happened?
And there goes the prototype.
I thought all the prototypes were destroyed.
Well, now they are.
Costly oversight, Doctor. This is why I always check and double check, as any good scientist would.
This is the turning point, guys. Time to press our advantage and kick major butt.
I can't remember, but I think that might be the last full Avatar stage. We'll be playing more as the Avatar again later. But it'll be with a combo and then also a boss fight. Let's go in the Mortar Canyon.
That must have used up a ton of energy. Phantom Ruby should be weaker now. This is our only chance to defeat Infinite.
All ships, provide backup to Sonic and the others. Draw the enemy's attention and shield them from damage.
Hold up. Well, I guess I'm just gonna fly over the rest of the stage. We'll just fall back down. Of course, that's a fail. Of course, I couldn't see where it was.
That must have used up a ton of energy.
You want to hit the zip line? I completely whiffed.
Should be weaker now. This is our only chance to defeat Infinite.
All ships, provide backup to Sonic and the others. Draw the enemy's attention and shield them from damage.
Get all these rings, and I just wonder what's the point, because the rings don't matter here. You just get them for points at that stage, and that's it. Because rings in this don't give you boost. Ah, I missed. See, because that was the problem with the double jump boost situation. You boost and then jump, you get this very gimped jump, which is worthless.
All ships, provide backup to Sonic and the others. Draw the enemy's attention and shield them from damage.
I really, like, the problem I have in this is, again, the stage design's great, the control in this game is not good.
Ruby should be weaker now. This is our only chance to defeat Infinite.
All ships,
Everything I want to do, it feels like I really struggle because of the control.
and shield them from damage.
Okay, and again, couldn't do my double jump. I really do not like the double jump in this game. I think it's okay at best, but it's with how it mixes with boost, I think it's just bad. There's a reason why we saw the controls tweaked again going in the Sonic Frontiers. This, like, control scheme worked, but it was definitely not polished. So by the time we got the Frontiers, it felt a lot more polished. Kind of. The control is still kind of stiff in the cyberspace levels. Shadow Generation is probably the best the boost formula has ever felt. I really just enjoyed how that game played in general. I think it was a very, very solid control thing. Like this one, I feel like I'm flapping around like a fish out of water half the time. All these things I want to do because of instinct from other games, it just muscle memory just kicks in. And trying to do the same things you can in other Sonic game engines, it just fails horribly in this one. And then also the homie attack reticle screw me in this stage. A lot of this is just my fault at this point.
Ruby should be weaker now. This is our only chance to defeat Infinite.
All ships, provide backup to Sonic and the others. Draw the enemy's attention and shield them from damage.
All hands, maintain altitude and assemble a tight formation. Sonic's team is our last hope. We have to protect them. A huge enemy force is closing past.
I love how there's this long stretch of level you can play, or you just take the middle path and it skips the entire level for you. I didn't even do that as a skip, that's just how the level's designed. Like what is the point in having the rest of that structure? If there's a boost pad in the middle, if you hit, you just skip the rest of the stage. That just makes it kind of a waste. Like, I think Mortar Canyon is probably the epitome of some of the worst stage design in Forces as a whole. Boost the win formula, all you're doing is boost into a lot of stages. The control really hinders everything you can do. There's a lot of automation, and it's over in a minute. It's just... I think it's like the poster child of a lot of the problems this game's stage design had. It's a cool stage concept. It's just unfortunately the rest of the game ends before things really get started. Seriously, I spent more time in that stage fighting the awkward controls in this game for Modern Sonic than anything else. Might as well grab a rental avatar, even though it's just a modern Sonic stage. Gee, I wonder if my buddy's gonna show up. That's kind of a clear example of, yeah, we're not even sugarcoating what's gonna happen. It doesn't matter which one I pick here, honestly. Like, none of them are gonna be good for the fight. Because this fight is very similar to the Metal Sonic fight we had earlier. You know what? I'll grab this one because this guy's using a Knight's Hat, and I like Knight's Hat. That's it. Because I'm probably not going to use the rental.
Pathetic little hedgehog. Even with the Phantom Ruby weakened, I still have enough power to smash you into blue jelly. I'll show you how outclassed you really are.
I'm in a class all my own. Time to put up or shut up, Infinite.
What would you like your epitaph to read? How about, "Here lies the blue buffoon"?
Why not, "Here dozes the masked clown"? Might as well make it for the person who needs one, right?
Man, we really like that Metal Sonic boss fight. Here, let's just do it again. This is just the Metal Sonic fight, but now with an Infinite skin. It's the exact same thing. In fact, in some ways, it's easier. Because the attacks are more spread out.
Phantom Ruby's energy is recharged. Perish along with your useless friends.
My friends got me this far, and together, we're gonna win.
Friends are nothing but a fleeting illusion. You can count on nobody but yourself.
Your mask can't hide how sad and lonely you are. That Phantom Ruby virtual reality of yours is the real illusion.
That's why I want the Drill Wisp specifically for the metal fight, and here too. That's why I'm probably not going to use the other one. The Burst Wisp won't be as helpful as Drill. So I can just ram into everything at max speed here and do damage to Infinite immediately.
Here goes, partner. When we join forces, the sky's the limit.
Ah, I'm good. Just gonna take a stretch.
Double boost.
Finish him off. That's the end of Infinite. In more ways than one. You'll see here in a minute what I mean. Look at all this for quick stepping. Seriously, again, with the mission types in this, they really didn't know what to do for a laundry list of missions to constantly replay levels, so it's the most mundane of tasks. The simple things you will do by literally just playing the stage.
Impossible. I cannot be defeated.
Wrong, loser. The things that can't be defeated are heart, soul, and the bonds of friendship. 3 things you and your counterfeit cronies lack.
No, wait. I can still fight.
No, I guess not. Bye. Because that's it. That is literally the last time we'll see Infinite in this entire game. He says he can still fight. He rushes off. And that's it. I think that's more implied because he's being pulled back due to Eggman's plans. He needs the power of the Phantom Ruby, so he's pushing him back to preserve the power of the Ruby itself. So at this point, Infinite is out of the picture. He is gone. And I know I said the pinball stage was probably one of the worst classic Sonic stages in this game. This is the actual worst one. This stage is horrible. I remember not liking this stage in my first playthrough. The standard physics reasons are one of them, but that's a problem I have with every classic Sonic stage in this.
Eggman is up to something again.
The doctor hasn't given up. Don't let your guard down yet.
We have to find the entrance to the central tower and stop Eggman.
What was that gimped jump? He jumped half of the height he normally does. Why?
Phantom Ruby signal is moving underground.
You can actually make that?
Phantom Ruby signal is moving underground.
Oh, you can. That's neat. One of the few cool things I can do with the movement in this, I guess.
We have to find the entrance to...
Yeah, what is with that ledge? Like, that ledge gimps my jump for whatever reason. I have no idea why.
Ruby signal is moving underground.
Every time I get near this, it's the only way to go forward, mind you. Every time I get near the end of this ledge, he just wants to fall. Like, thank you. Please stop doing that. Oh, here these things are. This is a mechanic keeps on coming back. I've noticed in a lot of Sonic games. These control really weird. The little spheres are momentum focused, but the momentum in this game also doesn't work that well. You might be better off not using the momentum at all. Just doing normal jumps like this. When you try to use the momentum, you don't really go that much further. Alright, here's why I don't really care for this stage at all. It's an auto-scroll stage in a classic Sonic level. And it's a long one to boot. This is like about a minute, if I remember correctly. Sonic is not foreign to auto-scrollers in his adventures, and every time they're in his adventures, they're usually seen as some of the worst parts of the game. Shocker, this one is no different. You don't want to die here at all, because if you die in this section, you have to redo it. Because the checkpoint is in the beginning and at the end of the auto-scroller. So if you fail here, it's very punishing. And there's a lot of opportunities for you to die here, so definitely want to be careful. Alright, we're out. We're good.
My money's on the area the other Sonic is searching.
Okay. I didn't mean to go that far over to the left, but you know what? We'll take the bottom path now. Nice momentum from the drop dash. AKA no momentum. Just stops halfway up the wall. What's the point? Are the speeches already done? Like, did it last like a total of 5 seconds or something? I just noticed the music was fast for a little bit and then just gave up. Like, okay, we're done? A short timer for speech use. I didn't even think that part through, did I? I didn't even realize that was a problem in this stage, because that's never happened to me before. You can go past the point where you would get attacked by rockets to try to maneuver back so you can actually get your speed. You gotta move fast there. And if you try doing that, you're dead. Guess we didn't playtest this well enough, huh? Just start that sequence a little bit sooner or later or something? I don't know, man. Didn't playtest this well. That's what it feels like. I want to go up. Oh my god, I literally can't go up in this game. It's impossible to go up a slope. We're not going back up there, I guess. I'm locked in the bottom path now. It's really stupid that you can't walk up a slope in this game. It's ridiculous.
Hold on. I'll send in reinforcements right away.
Alright, we're done. That's the last stage for Classic Sonic. We'll be playing with him one more time, but it's in the final boss. Yeah, Classic in this game is just ugh. He is by far the worst part about Sonic Forces. Literally the first thing a lot of people wanted to do is to fix this dude's control with mods. One of the first mods I saw of this game was just a classic Sonic improvement mod. It's bad when the fans literally like, yo, this thing sucks. How can we improve it? I think this will be the last time I customize my avatar because we're going to the last stretch of stages here. Yo, I like how that looks. That looks sick. I'm gonna change the gloves. I'm gonna go with these. 'Cause I like the pattern part on the backs. I have so many shoes to pick from. It's ridiculous. I didn't even realize I got this many unlocked. I've just been using the Crocs for so long. As stupid as it is, I kind of want to keep on using the Crocs because this outfit looks super cool, and then you have these weird yellow shoes to stand out. So I think it kind of works. So I'm going to go to the closet. I'm going to save this. But before I go any further, I just want to show the random option. You can get literally whatever the heck the game feels like with random. So if you don't feel like customizing your own character, let the game do it for you. Because you can get whatever they feel like. But I'm picking my own OC. Let's call it a rental. I don't know if I really would need it for this, but I might as well have it. There's so many burst widths for this one. I'll go with this one. I like the ability for the stomp. That's always useful.
A Phantom Ruby signal is headed for the reactor. You have to hurry. The reactor's in the innermost part of the fortress.
We... Alright. Kind of forgot about that gimmick of the stage.
The Ruby signal is headed for the reactor. You have to hurry. The reactor's in the innermost part of the fortress. But the defense system is too tough to break through by normal.
I saw that red ring. Oh well. Oh, I saw that one too. Oh no. I really don't care at this point about red rings. I don't know if you noticed. I'll get them along the way, and that is it.
This is where Eggman built Infinite. It's so sad. What a moly place to be brought into the world.
Really want more boost. I was trying to use my drill there, and you can't use twists in this section. You're locked to modern Sonic in this. Oh, come on! I hit the button, it didn't respond. Because the thing is, I heard that this is a problem in Forces, and a lot of the mods still have the problem too. It's the first time I experienced it. Sometimes your quick step just doesn't come out, and it's just a quirk of the game. Yeah, I'm clicking the button, and sometimes he's just not quick stepping. I don't know what it is. It feels like the quick step function can sometimes just be eaten in-game engine.
What a moly place to be brought into the world. The reactor is close. Hurry!
You're on it. Here goes.
And all the red rings are just in this running section, because this section here is just to attack.
A little breather right about now. I'll feel better once we blow this thing to pieces.
Yeah, I'll go back to mine. Give me my guy back. Give me my guy back. Thank you.
Pretty thrilling, huh, partner?
That section very much felt like the end of Kirby Superstar. I feel like they had some inspiration from it. Just saying. Oh, it's done. Like, that whole thing I don't have to do a single thing about. It's all automated. They let you move around in the tunnel, but there's no point. There are no enemies to fight. The rings get pulled to you with a double boost. Why give me control? It's just a glorified cutscene. Well, that little glorified cutscene out of the way. It's time to end this. It may say Classic Sonic on the cover, but it's a stage of all characters. So for this one, you know, it's the year of Shadow. He's gonna be here in spirit. Why not? I don't care about the Whisk type for it. It doesn't matter as much. But to have the Shadow costume, I think, is the reason why I love Wolf to this guy.
Come on, now what? Can we ever just win and have that be the end of it?
Look!
Gotcha! The fortress reactor was just a decoy. A true winner always keeps his trump card hidden until the end.
Sonic, what's going on? There aren't less enemies, there's more!
Huh? What?
How can there be so many? Confirmed sightings indicate Shadow, Metal Sonic, Zavok, Chaos, Infinite. Thousands of them.
What have you done?
I merely incorporated the Phantom Ruby into this Death Egg robot.
But that means the Phantom Ruby no longer has a vulnerable energy supply. It's an invulnerable ruby?
A good deduction, Tails. This Death Egg robot has... No, I have surpassed Infinite to become the complete and ultimate form. You will be crushed by this Death Egg robot powered by the Phantom Ruby, and in the end, everything will still be just as I planned.
Your plan will end like all your plans do, with you sitting in a pile of busted robot parts wondering how you failed so badly. Let's get him.
So, time for the final boss against a Death Egg robot. Well, maybe it wouldn't be a Sonic game without fighting Death Egg robot, I guess. Even though it's nothing like the one you're used to from Sonic 2. So phase 1 here, because it's a multi-phase fight, if it's all three of the Sonics, we have Classic Sonic to start with.
No regular tool can damage it now. You're our last chance.
So this section of area is kind of small, as we can see. We have to bounce these balls back into the robot itself. Although, as you can tell, it's going to also be a problem for us because they will destroy the platforms we're standing on. So you really have to pay attention to your surroundings here. Now we gotta go back the other direction. Oh no, my rings. Doesn't really matter, I can get them right back. The rings in this aren't really as much of a problem as the instant death pits here that we have to deal with. There we go. You can keep on bouncing that back multiple times. This is really tricky. Alright, now for phase 2. This one's for the Avatar. In this one, we're gonna have our Shadow OC. Do not steal it. We'll use this one. Attack in the hand doesn't do anything. You have to attack the core. You can tell they really wanted you to use Asteroid in this fight. But without it, you have to just do things the old-fashioned way. Now, you can run out there and still attack this guy's core. It's just really risky from what I've seen. Now there go some of my platforms. Oh no. I'll just move over here when there's more of them. Never mind. Because again, like in the classic phase, the problem here is not the fight itself with damage. It's the instant death pits. Because that's the problem this game has. It's either too easy or hair. We'll just give him instant death. See, that's why I was trying to explain before. You can try to go out for the core, it's just not worth it. You're better off waiting for him to come to you. This fight, honestly, it's challenging in phase 1 and 2. It's a joke in phase 3. So right now, once we get past this part, it won't be a problem. As well just damage the hand too. So now I just realized that was actually damaging it. You done? It's gonna burn your hand. It's safer than going out there to where you're at. And that's it for phase 2. But we're not done yet because, hang on, how many times have we done this? All right, final boss is Sonic Colors. We use the same thing again for Sonic Lost Worlds, so that's 2. You know what? 3rd time's the charm. Let's bring out the same Wisp robot we've used in 2 other games. Making it number 3 as the final boss. This creature we've seen too many times at this point. And, yeah, we were all just kind of groaning when we first saw this thing. I remember my first playthrough when I saw this. I'm like, that's just the same thing from Sonic Colors and Lost World again. Why we keep on doing the same thing over and over? I mean, that's just the moniker of this era of Sonic, sadly. It was a lot of reusing and nostalgia baiting. Because this is a game that was supposed to appeal to literally all the fans of Sonic, new and old, returning, and the ones that are still been playing the series. It was supposed to be the catch-all game. And it showed. I will say the music is fantastic in this. Like, it's one of the best songs in the game. And apparently the version that's on the album is different compared to the one that's in the game. They use slightly different guitar riffs. So, that's kind of odd.
End this, Sonic! Defeat him!
Go for it, Sonic!
I will say that double jump thing from before did screw me. I've mentioned this multiple times already. I hate the double jump in this. It's pretty trash, and that's what killed me. I think a lot of my deaths are just coming from the control, me just struggling to figure out why this feels so heavy in a lot of areas. There we go. Just close enough. And I got the rings too from doing that. So 2 for 1. Like, this is not a hard phase. Honestly, the only reason why I just died earlier in the phase is, again, struggling with the control, because I don't like the control in this. I think the Avatar is the best control, flat out. Classic and modern, they've seen better. And that's the final hit, so to end the fight, we gotta do something different. There's 3 of us, so we can't do a double boost. Instead, let's just do a one and only triple boost. Which is basically the exact same way we finished the fight in Sonic Colors with the ultimate color power. So this is more of an homage to that specific version of this robot than the one from Sonic Lost World, honestly. This boss fight was just kind of eh. Like, honestly, I remember even when playing it the first time, it's like, you know, some parts of this are way harder than they need to be. And that final phase is the same thing we played in 2 other games. So, if you know how to fight in 2 other Sonic games, you know how to fight in this one. But that's how you end it. Not with another fight with Infinite, which would have made more sense. No, against Eggman. And beating him, you win the war. That concludes Sonic Wars. That was its codename originally. This was going to just be called Sonic Wars. But then they changed it because that sounded too dark and edgy. That's where most of the changes came from this game's plot. It just sounded too dark, so we'll change it.
I guess this is goodbye. Get home safely, Sonic. And thanks for everything.
Yeah!
Bye, I'm just gonna poof out of existence now. Like, him coming here was not really well explained. Him leaving, not much better.
Alright, guys. It's time we cleaned up the mess that Eggman left this world in. And I'm not talking about those illusions he dreamed up for us. We need to fix the real world we all live in.
And Silver, why are you still here?
Come on, let's go.
Time's fine. Go home. At this point, at least in the Archie series, it's been more implied that Silver is just in this timeline because he likes it more. That's it. So I guess we're just gonna go with that in the story and just don't explain why he's here. We never did, never will. But that's it for Sonic Forces. It's a very short game. Like, we beat it in about 3.5 hours. Compared to when I first streamed it, it was about a little over 4 hours, so I knocked off the time by a significant amount. It's a very, very short game. If you skip all the cutscenes, it's less than 2 hours. It's very bare bones for a more modern Sonic. And I think they knew at the time because Sega put this out at a budget price. It was around 40 bucks. So Sega even knew, yeah, this is probably not worth the full retail asking price. We're not going to do a $60 price tag to this because it won't sell. And then it didn't anyways. Within like a month or 2 after the game came out, it immediately hit bargain bins. I bought this game twice on launch, and I regret it. Because I got it on the PC, pre-ordered that version, and then I also got it on the Switch on launch. And that was a mistake. I should have waited on that one. I just was in the Switch hype on that front, so that was a bad idea. It was not worth double dipping because it immediately went on sale. Explorer Sky, how you doing? Yeah, $40 is considered budget price in today's market. Even back in 2017, that was still more budget. In the AAA space specifically. That's what they will consider a budget. I don't even think this was worth the $40. Nowadays, if you pick this up, you wait for a sale. $20 or less. And even then, I've seen this game on sale for like $10 half the time. Usually in some bundles. It's in that big Sonic Mega bundle on Steam. You can get that with a bunch of other games for a good price. It's the only way you're getting Sonic Generations now on PC, so it might be worth getting... Actually, no, I don't think that has the... I gotta look it up. I can't remember what that bundle includes, but this is always a game, regardless, that you can get on sale pretty cheap. So never buy this at full price. All its DLC is free. So if you want the DLC, don't worry about that. It's free on every platform. Okay, no, it's a part of the Ultimate Sonic Bundle, which has a lot of the more modern Sonic games. And by modern, I mean anything from Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing and up. It may be worth it to get that bundle for the rest of the stuff you don't own PC Sonic games. But, again, you're better off just getting this on sale. That's what I recommend. When I played this and I played through it all, I was shocked that was done the 4-hour stream I played of this. It's like, what, that's it? I was shocked because I know at that time games were short in this franchise, but it just kind of felt like the story really picked up the pace near the end and just abruptly ended. It felt like it needed more substance, and that's kind of the problem with Forces. The substance. All the stuff that was cut, all the stuff that was changed and rewrites, design, it's like a lot of this felt like it needed more time. It's a shame that it turned out this way, but I think it was a learning experience from Sega. Because with the next major title in the series, they learned, hey, maybe don't slap this together. Maybe we'll give this more time, more development, bring in some other people to help with the story. And then we got Sonic Frontiers, and we saw all that did for Sega. That sold really well by comparison to this game. This was, I wouldn't say considered a failure, but it was definitely seen as one of the lower points in Sega's eyes for sales. They admitted, yeah, this probably could have done better. And then that's when they pivoted to Sonic Mania Plus for a while, which that sold really well, and then the DLC sold really well too. That was a good move. But yeah, I hope people enjoyed the revisit to this. I may have sounded more overly negative throughout playing this again compared to my first playthrough, but I've seen a lot of the negative side of this game over the years now. More of a lot of the stuff that could have been, and seeing all the stuff that has gone wrong with this project, and then playing more of the modern boost formula in other Sonic games. You go back to play Forces, and you feel how stiff the control is here, and how heavy some of the characters feel, and just it's not as tuned as the rest of the franchise. Sonic Frontiers cyberspace levels control better than this, in my opinion. And that's saying something, because people don't like the control in cyberspace. I think that control felt better than Force's boost control. Hands down. But there are plenty of mods to fix that, so if you like the level structure of this, there are mods to fix some of the physics. As well as other mods to extend the levels or give you new ones to play. And that's kind of one of the big reasons why I played this tonight. I want to refamiliarize myself with the level design and the story of Sonic Forces, because on Thursday I want to play a mod of this game called Sonic Forces Overclocked. That is a fan-made sequel to Sonic Forces, so it makes sense to have this under my belt before going into the said sequel to the said storyline. And I would recommend people play this game through that mod, and you'll see why when we play it. I played like 3 or so stages of the mod on my own time, just to get a feel of it, make sure it works. And it's really well designed. I really enjoy it. But we'll play that on Thursday and talk more about it then. We're not done here yet tonight. I'm just gonna let these credits finish out as I usually do. But we'll play the bonus stages that you unlock for getting all the red rings and such. We'll play through all of those before we wrap up tonight's stream, which we have like like 7 or 8 levels per category, something like that. I think it's almost 12 levels. I can't remember exactly. I will need to swap my file over for that after we're done here, but we'll be easily able to play those levels. If I was going on my way to unlock them, we would not be playing those tonight, because it's very grindy. That's another problem I have with this game structure. I tried playing more of this back in the day after I beat my first playthrough of it, like beat the main story, and I could not click. I would play through multiple levels over and over and just start getting bored of it. The loop of this is very repetitive. You have to play every level at least 3 times just for all the collectibles. You have to play multiple levels multiple times just for all the missions. And it just kind of varies because of the mission. Not to mention the SOS gimmicks. They really wanted you to replay this game multiple times like it was an online multiplayer game. But this is a single player game. There was no point to that. I think the mission idea of it was just kind of a waste. I like the rental avatar system. I think that was really fun to use. But I also wish there were more options to the rental avatar. Like, if I could share these with my friends, have a specific code to share with people. You can't do that. You have to just pick random ones that the server pulls. That's it. So that's not really great. And then the fact that that's how you get to experience some of these wisps. So if you get ones that don't have the wisping power you want, that rental avatar is just not going to help you. I think that was another situation where it felt like a little half-baked. Kind of like a lot of things about Sonic Forces. So it's kind of a shame that, again, this game has like plenty of ideas. It's just none of them were thought out well. There was a lot of things that kept on changing, and those changes, I think, hindered the project as a whole. And it's funny when they advertise this saying, from the people that brought you Sonic Colors and Sonic Lost World. Yeah, what that line meant, there was like 3 people on the team that worked on Colors and not Lost World, excuse me. From the people that brought you Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations. I had Lost World in the mind because of the final boss thing again. There were 3 people on this team that worked on Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations. And none of them worked on the level design before. This was their first time. These people, first time making a Sonic game, specifically with the levels. It showed! It showed they had a lot of new people on the staff. Because these levels, compared to Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations, had almost no structure. You have all these alternate paths in Sonic Generations. In this game, you have 2 forks in the road that come right back, meeting in the middle, 10 seconds later. So you can tell it's a lot of fresh blood here, which is kind of a disappointing thing too. But hey, people gotta start somewhere. So I can't blame them for that. I really wish this game had a little more time. Like maybe another year or so in development. Could have been better. Maybe. It's not as offensive as, say, other games that are rushed out, like Sonic Boom on Wii U or Sonic 06. It just feels empty. And nothing's worse than a game that's boring. A broken game you can at least point and laugh at. A boring game, you just don't want to play. That's pretty much my feelings on Sonic Forces over the years. I've really changed my feelings within a year playing this, where I enjoy it. I enjoy some pieces too. I'm indifferent. It's just kind of there for me.
Finally, an end to this endless battle. Everyone can go back home and relax. There's no need for the resistance.
Hold on. There's still a lot we need to do. We're just getting started.
Huh? What, you're leaving us? There are others who need your help. But okay, I'm not gonna stop you.
Man, the first time I saw you stumbling around, I had no idea you could pull this thing together and see it to the end. I've changed my mind about you.
I knew you'd come through, rookie. Well, I guess you're not a rookie anymore.
Yeah, don't call me that.
It's not like you just waited till the last minute to come in and act all cool, saving the day.
Our battle is done, and our resistance has come to a conclusion. But we'll be friends forever. A single person cannot restore the work together and make a diligent effort. Yeah.
Hey, you're taking off too? I was thinking the same thing. You gonna keep moving forward? No matter what, yeah? You and I aren't so different. See you later, buddy.
AKA, we'll never see you again. They haven't used the avatar system since this game, and who knows if Sega's gonna ever bring it back. So for now, that's the end of Custom the Wolf's adventure. Can't really give him a full name because he could be anybody. Never know. But now after you beat the game, you can make a new avatar, because that's the big problem with the avatar system that you get locked into when playing the story. You can only have that one avatar. You can't make new ones. But then when you beat the game, you're allowed to make as many as you want. That screen also is weird. It says you get 100% of the world. I'm like, wait a minute, Eggman owns something. Just give him like 0.01. Just give him something, man. Just anything would be better than nothing. And when you beat the game, you get a different title screen, which I appreciate this. This is a really nice looking title screen. But I gotta swap my saves over, so I'm going to work on that. I'm gonna run into quick ad while that's happening, just to get that out of the way. Twitch is screaming at me to do it. I'll run a 2-minute. Also, I've seen that you're heading out. Hopefully you have a good register tonight, Matt, in case I'm still here. You hear that part. Okay, there we go. That should have swapped my save over. Now I'm using a 100% save file so we can actually play other levels. I'm going to hold off until the ad's done, obviously, but it takes almost a minute for this game to load. I have another mod that could have bypassed this, but it doesn't work with my custom saves, which is kind of annoying. I also wanted to go in the theater mode because this piano version of Fist Bump is so relaxing. You never hear this. Listen to this song in the OST when you have the chance. The piano rendition of Fist Bump is so smoothing. It's so relaxing to hear. You can tell I'm tired. I've been slurring my words all night because I'm just exhausted. But this is a very relaxing song. Gives me very similar vibes to piano piece music they have in the metal menu in SonicGhost 6. It's just a very good song. Now, mind you, a lot of the songs in this game you're best off listening to in the OST. Because a lot of the songs they like to play in this game are the songs people don't care for. But the good songs, when they go, and they're really good. Fortunately, a lot of them were masked by the chiptune stuff. Alright, well, let me go here to continue, so now we can get to our actual meat of the set extra stuff. So let's go Secret 1. So you unlock a lot of these stages from playing the game, but then also the extras you get from the red rings. At least that's what I remember. So I don't even know what I have on this file for characters. This is the only one that doesn't have all the medals. Interesting. So this is the hedgehog. So let me see. I want to use... I mean, I'll probably just stick with Wolf, because we've been using Wolf all night. And it just kind of works best. Now, I'm going to keep this outfit, because this is the outfit they have for marketing for this game, for the avatar. You always see this specific guy. Alright, so this is the one I want. My power. I'm going to grab another one of these just as a safety. Sure. You know what? We're going to go with the dog. Even though it doesn't look like a dog. It looks more like a clown. So these stages are all kind of like challenge mode run-throughs. There's just a lot going on. Actually, I think I picked the wrong version of this Wisp because this is the one that gives me the speed when I land, not when I stomp, and that's worse. Now, that's the first stage. These extra stages are pretty short, which is nothing new for Sonic Forces. I think before I do the next stage, I'm gonna customize this Avatar Wisp again. Let me see what I actually got on here. Yeah, that was the landing one. So where's the stomp? This one. These are very similar icons, so I kind of mixed them up. Alright, so next one. This one is of modern Sonic. Now that's gonna be the theme for all these stages. I think story-wise they're supposed to happen after the events of the main plot, so Classic Sonic isn't here. Mind you, would you want to do any of these with Classic Sonic? I don't think so. Now this is the theme we got to hear for like a total of maybe 12 seconds in the past. And this is a really good song in this game. Which is a shame that the main level it's featured in just doesn't play. When I heard, I can't remember the name of the song off the top of my head right now, but I heard this is one of the very first songs composed for Sonic Forces before they really knew like the level structure, the plot, the theming, stuff like that. So this was just kind of a song made just as a concept piece. And they just kind of used it where they used it. Alright, next stage, Bomb Block 1. There's a bunch of bombs. Okay. Oh, my jumps got eaten there, I think, from the platform. That's alright. Checkpoint's literally right here. Yeah, I'm seeing what's happening. It's some of the debris that's hitting the platforms. Because I did a stomp on one, I broke it. I understand that. But then the other one, yeah, not so much. I usually like stomping into these sections just to correct my positioning. But this level, you really don't want to do that. Oh no, I lost all my ranks at the end. I don't care. It's not like I'm actually going for the ranks here. This is more of a showcase. Not even my actual thought. Like, I have most of these stages unlocked. I think I'm missing like a small handful at most because there are some stages I didn't get all the red rings in. Let alone the rest of the collectibles. You can tell these are also hacked files, by the way. I'm seeing it with the best times. These are hacked. Like, look, no one wants to play the game. They'll hack the victory. That's a really bad sentiment for your game. Dice out one ring. It's fine. Checkpoint's right here. Okay, that's just bad jump. Kind of a shame keeping restarting the song, because the vocal theme for this Avatar song is actually pretty good, but you don't hear much of it in the stage. You hear it more in the Avatar stage you get to play in the very beginning of the game where it's featured. Alright, now next secret, Laser Cannon 1. A bunch of lasers. If I remember also, all these bonus stages are all 2D. So, I guess if you're a D-pad user, this is your D-pad's time to shine. Like me. You get like no boost in these stages too, which kind of sucks for the modern control. At this point, it's very similar to Avatar's control, but just slightly faster. Honestly, this is one of the easier ones yet. Fine with that stage. It's not much of a challenge. Oh, I don't care. It's not in my file, someone else's. Alright, this looks like our last secret stage. Reverse block 1. Well, that was a mistake. Now, this is probably not the best stage to use a drill wisp, but here we are. Also, this would be a good stage for the bird because of the double jump here. That'd be pretty useful. Now I'm trying to think, how the heck would you even get through the stage without the double jump? In my situation, I have the worst wisp for this, so it won't help me. Because if I do this... Okay, no, now I can just get through. That makes more sense. That's right, cleared them out. And that's it. Honestly, that section we just went through was probably the hardest with all the enemies, but even that was pretty simple, especially with drill. So that's it for all the secret stages. Now, it's time to level it up. Now let's go to the extra stages. Flying pod. This thing's gimmick is just spitting out a bunch of spike balls, and I've seen this before. Like even more recently too, with Sonic Generation challenges. Now I finally get my boost. Yeah, it was pretty simple. In fact, I was able to kind of speed up a little bit with the boost, so that was nice. One of the rare times we'll probably have boosts in any of these secret/extra stages. I don't know why they're broken up as secret stages and extra stages. They're kind of the same concept. Kind of redundant, if you ask me. Because I would think just have all these unlocked with the red rings, but not all of them do. It's weird. Oh, this song's really good too, from what I remember. Oh no, it's this one. Never mind, never mind. It's fine, but I thought it was a different song because of the piano. I remember the beginning part of the chemical plant inside sounding better than the rest of it. It's fine. I think a lot of the soundtrack in this game is just kind of hit or miss. It just depends on your tastes. Okay, stomping here is really not going to help. I can't get a speed boost. I was hoping maybe I can speed boost from any of the bombs, but that just won't work. Safe. Nice rank count at the end, too. Alright, now for Laser Cannon 2. This time with the Avatar. Oh no. Not that different. In fact, with this guy, it might be easier, because I can just do that. Thought I didn't need a ring. I could just use my wisp power and just be invincible. I'll grab one of these just for caution. Thought I could have landed that. That looked weird. Alright, let's try a jump then. Okay, yeah, that definitely helped. But barely. Free rings. Give me more. That was a little risky, but I had to do something for health reasons. You don't hear much of the vocals in any of the Avatar levels when you're rushing through like this. Kind of the shame of these levels being so short. Alright, now for first block 2. Oh yeah, I forgot. Just Hidden Spring. Yeah, that's like the thing everyone's gonna think of doing right away, right? Oh yeah, boost also is not good for these blocks. I'll restart because it's in the beginning. Doesn't matter. This long stretch of nothing. Is that really necessary? Really? At least I just hit the checkpoint, so it's fine. I just wish I kept my boost. Remember that weight I talked about with control? Yeah, that was a great example of the weight for modern Sonic being bad, too. He pulled back on the left and I just couldn't move. Honestly, the worst part about that is just your platforming, because the platforming in this game is the worst part about it at times. Oh no, another SOS, wherever shall I? Hey, Vantage Battle 2. Okay, I guess I'm waiting. Can I run up this wall? Eh, kind of. This is a classic Sonic kind of design more than anything else, it feels. Actually, no, this thing runs from the modern level, what am I thinking? Thank goodness for iframes. That's why drill's good. Because you can just rush through everything without worrying about damage. It's funny how a lot of people saw this Wisp as one of the worst when the game came out, and then the appreciation changed drastically because it's really good for speedrun's sake. And also all the invincibility. I don't care, I'm just going. I'm still not caring. I'm just going. Like, this level is a pretty cool spectacle. I'll give it that. Because everywhere you go has fire. Okay, thought I was gonna die there. Shot, I didn't. I think it's the last stretch right here, because I go down, they go up, and then that's the goal. Yeah, and get to hear more of that city theme that we never got to hear in the Metal Sonic fight, because that stage loves to interrupt a really good song, in my opinion. And this is our final stage, Plasma Cannon 2. I missed the platform for a second. That was kind of awkward. And that's it. Final obstacle. Not really that bad to dodge. Yeah, I played that one level with Starlight Carnival. That's basically just this. Nice callback. And that's it for Sonic Forces. That's all the game has to offer. Alright. Again, not a game I really go back too much because I'm just not the biggest fan of what they did to this game. But I think one more thing we'll do before we fully end this is I'm going to show the 3 different collectible types here. The red rings, the 5 number collectibles, and then the moons. Not necessarily promising I'm going to collect them all, because there's no reason to, especially on this file. Why are the hints on? Turn that off.
Sonic, Eggman's forces are surging into the city. We need you here now.
Hold on, Tails. I'm on my way.
You know, I'm actually even going to turn the radio off, too, because on repeat playthroughs, it's best to have the radio off if you just don't want to keep on hearing the same lines over and over. So, there are 3 different collectible types here in Sonic Forces, but the problem with all 3 of these types is that they unlock one after another. So, first off are Red Star Rings. At this point, we're used to it. This stage in Sonic's life, there are 5 red rings to collect in every level. You collect all those, then you unlock a new collectible type. Unfortunately, the game won't really tell me that I'm collecting these, because these red rings are already all collected. But here's one of the later ones. These are the silver rings. They're timed. You have to collect all of them in one sequence. If you don't, then you fail it and have to try it again, which the only way to do that is to restart the level or restart from a checkpoint. So, not the best design there. I got 4 red rings. I already know where the last one is, so I'll have them all by the end. Here's the collectible type you unlock after red rings. The 5 numbers. These are returning from Sonic Lost World. Countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Sonic Lost World, that would have gave you an extra life. In this game, it's a pointless extra collectible. So, it's neat that they added more things for you to collect on the levels. That's not the problem I have with these. My problem is that you have to collect all red rings first, then all the number rings next, then all the silver rings. So, you were playing the level back to back to back just for collectibles that could just be here, like how they are once you unlock them all. So it's baffling that they have to unlock one after another like this. It's infuriating. That's why I don't really recommend people to go for all these things. The red rings, the number rings, the silver moon rings, as the game calls it, because I just got 3 achievements in a row thanks to this file. They're not worth going for, because they're just kinda there. And you unlock these extra stages we just played when you get all the red rings. But they're not really that worth it. Like, you know, there's a little more of the game to play, but that's maybe 20 to 30 minutes more of the game tops. So, you know, take that as you will. Some people may want to have extra content on that one. And if you do, hey, there's more things for you to do. But I'm going back to the theater. I'm going to let this chill piano piece play out for the rest of this, because there's one of the best themes in this that no one ever hears. That was it for all of Sonic Forces. I hope you guys enjoyed this little revisit. Again, as I said during the credits, the purpose of this revisit was a twofold thing. As we said in the very beginning, after playing through all of Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations back to back, I wanted to go back to Sonic Forces and see how it holds up in today's age. And as I suspected, it doesn't hold up well with its design, the controls, the levels being so short. So it was a fun little run through to go back and play this again after playing the more modern styled boost control with Shadow Generations, but it's really hard to go back after you play Shadow Generations. That just controls so much better. Go play that if you haven't already, it's really good. But that was one reason why I wanted to revisit this. The second reason was to prepare myself for a mod. I'm going to be playing Sonic Forces Overclocked this Thursday. So come back here on Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern. It'll be our final stream of the year, and we'll be playing through all of Sonic Forces Overclocked. And then we're also going to be playing through that Shadow movie DLC that just released for Shadow Generations. Both things are pretty short. I believe Forces Overclocked's about a 2-ish hour adventure, somewhere around there. And I know that Shadow DLC is very short. It's like 30 minutes tops. So I think that'll be a fun little way of ending the year. Get one more first playthrough under our belts before I move on to different projects. And then play the last thing for Shadow Generations that we have available now. For those wondering, that's just going to be here on Twitch. I've been streaming the Shadow Generation stuff to Twitch and YouTube, but I'm not going to start up a stream just for like 30 minutes of content. Let's not kid ourselves here. That seems pointless for the YouTube side. So if you were watching that stuff on YouTube, I do apologize. Hey, the VODs will be separated if you want to watch it back that way later. But we'll be doing both a Sonic Forces Overclock playthrough and the Shadow movie DLC stuff all on Thursday. So make sure you come back to that. Other than the rest of the plans for this week, watch the Shadow the Hedgehog content on the main YouTube channel if you haven't seen it already. That all wrapped up this past week. We did the Expert Mode live stream over on YouTube. Hopefully you got the chance to check that one out. And if you haven't, that VOD will go up once I get all the videos worked on for Shadow the Hedgehog expert stuff. I'm already kind of working on getting that stuff together now. I put the stream itself already in a video timeline, started to cut it up. So we're getting some progress being made there, but don't expect those videos anytime soon. There's a lot of work to be done. I'm aiming for the beginning of next year. So with that said, that's gonna do it for Forces tonight. Out of just a thing that existed. Hey, I'm not knocking the game. If you like this, I want a preference before I end. If you like this game, kudos to you. Because there are good things about this game. I think its soundtrack is pretty good. A lot of it's underrated. I think the levels are fun to play through. It's just, it's not for me anymore. It definitely hasn't held up. I feel the same way as I do with Sonic 4 Episode 1 as I do with this game specifically. It's fine. It's just, it kind of thrown past it. It's not my cup of tea. Rather play the other boost games than this one. But, just like I said, I want to preference that. I know I was a little more negative towards the game tonight, but that's more because of how views have changed over the years. If you like it, I'm happy for you. That's how it always goes. But that's going to do it for tonight's stream. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you back here on Thursday for the last stream of 2024. Take care and have a good night, everybody.